Little known fact about Panda, he has like an iPad in his back. So you can entertain yourself if you're behind him.
Don't add lore like that because I might have to remember it later.
You can play Angry Birds behind Panda if you're in a line.
We have technical difficulties.
We do?
My asshole is puckered.
No, no.
I'm not sure you consider that a technical difficulty.
Where?
Where the hell's
Don't worry. Don't worry.
Oh, is
Don't
that
worry,
why
it's
she's
only
not up here? Because Lokrin's down there?
Yeah.
Wait. This time I got it. This time it'll be me. This time it'll be me. This time... God damn it, Raul!
Kill stealer, dude.
I'm running out of fools.
Oh, well, great. Heading off.
God damn. My
Look at 'em
frame
all.
rate.
Yeah, you find them?
Yeah.
Oh, they're in the car, yeah.
Oh my god.
My frame rate, dude.
They're like ants on a fucking mint.
Yeah. God. Did you like leave the siren on or something? What the hell is that?
I found an old picture of you, by the way.
Oh shit.
When you were worried about your long arms.
Yeah.
I don't think it's that bad. I mean,
It looks
they're
pretty
kind of
bad.
long.
No,
They're kind of long, but
it
like
looks
you can look
pretty
past it.
No. I don't think I have the personality that you can look past this. I'm gonna be honest. Hold on.
Show the people. Show
I'm
the people.
showing. I gotta get. I'm still
don't
always
be embarrassed
maxing.
about your long arms.
No, I'm always maxing. All right, I'm always being maxing.
Okay.
You gotta give me a second. These things take time. Hey, our friend. Oh my fucking god. No, my looting bag. No. 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 It's so sad. No. Not my looting bag. No. Why? Martin says this is a tragedy of the greatest proportions. My looting bag. My looting bag. God damn it. Damn you all to hell. All right, well. A little door stuck.
A little stuck. Can you jump over it?
Maybe.
I wouldn't even try.
So no, I would say I
No,
can't jump over it.
I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't say you could jump over it.
I can't move.
I know. I know. So, any other topics you guys? Yeah, any other topics you want to talk about?
Have you ever gotten a soft block in Hogs of War before?
I haven't.
Yeah. So just me then.
You might get
See,
more
I
powerful.
think I can understand why this game is so unforgiving.
Well, I've never seen this before in my life.
Yeah.
But now
Neither
you
have I.
have.
Well, clipping this and putting it on the Hogs of War Discord.
Oh wait, I think I can move.
Here's a
I-
good.
Oh, see.
Accept it.
Is it more? Oh, you get more value out of it.
Yeah, yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Right, so now it's activated.
Sending a redemption request. Sending.
Hang on, there's a guy in Jagex right now, looking at it.
He's like, hmm.
Should I accept? Should I let them? I
Nah,
don't know.
fuck off. This guy almost died to the dragon. You've gained 14 days of membership. Please log out before attempting to log into Members World. All right.
So I just green. You want to eat the turtle first, by the way, if you combo.
I'm not. I was just gonna eat as. Oh, it's
Oh, there's
different.
no spawn on that side. Yeah.
I mean, I'm okay with this.
Yeah. Thanks.
It's still
Try
an
again.
idiot. Oh, you have no idea how good I touch chicken butt.
Equip primary. There we go. And drop that broken screwdriver. I don't need that. There we go.
How is she always in danger, but she always has time to loot? I can't loot when I'm in danger.
I literally have no idea. She's the only person I've ever met who can loot all the time, no matter what. I have absolutely no idea how she's able to do this shit.
I think it's just called ADHD.
Well, see, it would be ADHD if she tried, but she's able to get items somehow. Like, I literally don't understand.
Bro, she's just a god.
Yeah, actually, a fucking gamer somehow. I
I mean,
have no
honestly,
fucking
though,
clue.
she can do some fucking amazing shit when she wants to.
Hmm.
I've seen her drive a car across the entire map by accident before.
Somehow.
Yeah. And she's like, oh, there you guys are.
I seeing 10 magic levels at once though. What's
Wait,
that?
what's
Someone
those
talking?
shoe noises? What? Are you okay?
Talk? What the fuck is that?
Pixel pussy? It's just
Get the hell out of there! I don't want to talk to
no
them.
man. They want to trade to me.
Oh shit.
Oh my god. What is this?
Oh my god, gilded up. Okay, take it. Fuck it.
Take
Take it. Take it.
Okay.
You're a fucking insane dude. Thank you very much.
Thank
I'm
you.
assuming that's you in chat.
I wasn't prepared for muffled shoe noises. Yeah. Oh my god.
Then he dips. What
What the fuck just happened?
Gilded fucking armor?
Alright.
I'll wear it.
Dragon Slayer 1?
Yeah.
Oh my
We'll put it. People just keep giving us shit.
There's one choke point that we have to cross through, and they all have pixel headies. It's insane.
My dog's going crazy, dude. Chill out,
Oh
man.
my!
Spot, give me the fucking. Give me the ball. Did you guys hear that?
The
Sorry.
timing! The timing! Give me that fucking squeak!
Feelings? Oh, that's not good.
Well, that's just for anything. If anyone buys me anything, I'm obligated to fucking make the money worthwhile.
No, I get that. I understand that as well. But that's what I'm saying. It's like, if anybody wants to play any game with you, all they have to do is buy it for you.
Yep, but that don't. If you put it like that, then it's gonna be like someone's gonna force me to play a scary game, and I'm not. No. I was already teased to play fucking Outlast. I'm not doing that.
I mean, it sounds like Zephyrius just needs to buy you Outlast.
Nope.
If Zephyrius were here in the chat, all he would need to do is buy Delta Outlast, and then Delta would be obligated to not only play Outlast, but to do it on stream, perhaps? Look, it says, I'll tell him.
No, please.
Yeah. What? Who told you could get out of the locker? Was it me? God damn it, me. Well, anyways, we got them. Yeah, it's faster, Daddy. Yes, you're right. Sorry. I wasn't trying to say it like
Faster,
that.
daddy.
Not extremely friendly.
You don't think they're gonna move, do you?
I don't know. Oh, hey, a rat. Perfect. Ah, cubic device, just what I needed. You get out of here. Hey, don't you fucking run from me. Hey, you get over here. Got him. All right. One rat defeated.
Our family teleports like 100k right now. What's going
You
on?
want me to do corp for 3 minutes?
Alright,
What does that even mean?
I
Do-
think
Do I even
lower
get the Dragon
no.
Warhammer?
No, hang on. I can lower the stats for you.
Oh, the cat tech. I see. Don't start the timer. I'll lower the stats for you, then you can come kill it. Yeah.
Oh my fucking god!
New
dude.
tech was worth it, by the way. So.
The new.
I want to.
He found a
wanna
way to
fucking
deliver
spit.
cats wherever he wants.
That's pretty good. I want a fucking 50-50 split if you get the drop.
Sure.
Swear
man.
to God, if I spec this, I want the collection. Like,
What if I get the pet? Is there a corp pet?
just fucking cut it in half.
Cut it in half. I deserve.
Yeah.
You want the top half or the bottom half? Like 3/4 over the way over the handrail, because I just did it in like one swift movement, whatever. and there was a snake, like I don't know, maybe a 3 or 4 foot long black snake that was like directly where I was going to land. And the snake and I saw each other at exactly the same time. And I don't know if you guys have ever jumped over like a fence, especially like a waist tall fence or whatever. When you're like over it, you're like well and truly over it. So like I was gonna land on his goddamn forehead, and both of us saw each other at the same time, and neither of us wanted that to happen. That snake was like, "Oh, what the?" And like he bolted. He was gone out of there. And of course I'm like rolling backwards, trying not to land on him. I was like, all right, I'm done for the day. Like I've had enough. I've had enough of this. We're going home. Yo, what up? It's your boy, that Daft Punk Panda. Don't pay no mind to the man behind the curtain. We're back in some old school RuneScape. Hey, Savior, what's going on? I see that everyone actually is here early. Hey, Kolya, what's up? Yo, relax. It's a prime, Jesus. You know you only get one of those, right? Damn. Oh yeah, I was supposed to do a farm run, huh? Okay, I guess we'll start with that then. Okay, we got some dailies to do as well. For rock teleports. That'll be fine. Oh, it might actually be time for Tears of Guthix too. It's been so long because we didn't do any RuneScape. I guess it would have been 2 days ago. Something like that. So maybe. Let's see. I wish there was a way for it to tell me. Maybe there's a Tears of Guthix plugin. Jesus fucking Christ. What is wrong with you guys? Are you okay? Do you need something? I don't even have all of my emotes. It's not worth it. It's just truly not worth it. I forgot that hype trains were even a thing, I'm going to be honest. Keep it 100. Forgot that even could happen. All right. Drop off all of this noise. Oh, hey, Booze. Actually, we kind of need to, like, start completely over, mostly. We usually don't even use the resurrect spell, but on the off chance that something is dead and we're able to resurrect it, it's absolutely worth it. Okay. Still not quite right. Thank you, Boost. Jesus. Boost says, holy 11, holy crap, it's been almost a year already. That seems about right. Yeah, it would have been right after basically I encountered Suck, right? So that seems about right. Which means that if it had been a year for you, it would have been when I started RuneScape for like time scale. So this is where I'm at after a little more than a year in RuneScape. A year in like 10 days or something like that. Of like real time, obviously. Okay, that looks fine. I think the rest is fine too. Let's do this. Snake says, wait, there was a pre-Suck time? Yeah, Suck rated into me when I was in members. So originally I was only going to do free to play in RuneScape. So we played RuneScape for like, I don't know, 5 or 6 days in free to play or something like that. And then even in even in members, we were playing for a few days before we ever encountered Suck. Absolutely. Absolutely. There was a pre-Suck time. I met her as a streamer like everyone else did, basically. Gur's known Suck for longer than I've known Suck, for example. And it's not close. It's like 3 months more or something like that. Okay, we are absolutely full of birds' nests. Maybe we can like fix this though. If I just drop the clockwork and the feathers, maybe we'll have enough room. It'll save me from having to go all the way to this bank. So we'll go for it. We'll see how it goes. Okay. I guess I don't need to drop all of it. Whoa. I think it's actually technically better to drop my jute and pick up these clockwork, but it's fine. I don't care that much. To be clear, we did get all of them. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, okay, so we're good. All right, bank. I think we got a Spory to kill as well, which we probably should have done already. But we don't have any seeds anymore, any Addis seeds or whatever, so I guess it doesn't really matter. Addis seeds make it so that your crops, you guys know this, don't die, which is pretty relevant, but like not the most important thing when I don't do farm runs on repeat. Chronos used to be the thing, because then with Chronos I could optimize, you know, minimize the downtime in between runs, basically. We used to do a lot of farm runs, a lot of them, much less so now. That's okay. What? Are you like stirring my ire? Like what is with the bits? Are you good? Everything all right? Hey, Screenride, thank you for the hydrate. I don't have any water though, so I'm just gonna refund that. Oh, the hype train level 2. I think that shit is like a scam, to be honest. I mean, it is what it is. Hey, Spot. So this is fine. Refund this. Who says it was so close that it was bugging me? You know they do that on purpose, right? Like it's 100% a manipulation tactic. I actually hate how predatory a lot of that shit is, to be honest. Who says I do and it's an effective tactic? Well, yeah, it seems that way. That is not what I meant to do. Oh, I should change my spellbook. Next time I go to my house. Who says my OCD could never live with that? Just don't look at it. Hey, Beatrice. Okay, so Beatrice did it out of invoking my ire. Cool. We're just starting on one of those. One day I'm just gonna like straight up just like end stream. Like people are too loose with their wallets. I'm like, I'm not. You guys are gonna have to give money to somebody who wants it. Just end stream. Just move on. See you guys tomorrow. Because I genuinely don't like it, and I feel like people don't appreciate that. Because like everybody says, oh no, please don't, but like it actually does like fucking bother me a lot, actually. I could just unaffiliate though. Maybe that's the answer. I actually only affiliated because I thought that that's like the thing that everybody does. It never occurred to me until like Apple, basically. It never occurred to me to not be an affiliate. And I also don't know about the ads thing. But if I can, or if I do want an affiliate and there are no ads, maybe I'll just do that. I will miss the channel points, but maybe it's worth it. Okay. All right. Let's simmer down. Snake says I fell for the gotcha. What does that even mean? Come on, are you like looking for a particular hype train emote? Because that is the saddest gotcha I've ever done heard. Kolya says, Panda, I genuinely don't like it, chat. Yeah, no. This is what happens when you're genuine on the internet. And the internet is for shitposting exclusively. It has nothing to do with being genuine ever. Beatrice says, I always roll on hype trains, to be honest. I see. Some people just have too much money. Could never be me. Mostly I just don't want to mess with... Sorry, the reason why I teleported there instead of doing the Mauritania leprechaun is because he's so far away. Beatrice is, but you don't want our money? So? I don't see how that's relevant. For, like, your decision making. I guess. Well, I mean, minus the thing that I said earlier. But yeah, we'll do some Hull Sepulchre today. Oh, a Spory Seed. Oh my god. I don't think we go over there. I think we go here instead. I mean, one of the things that I can do is just turn off the notifications. Maybe that's a nice little intermediary step. Just completely remove the bits thing. Set it to fucking 100,000 bits. Maybe that's the answer. Beatrice says, why Panda so grumpy already? You know I was in a good mood at the start of this stream, and then you guys rained shit on me. Fucking Beatrice is like, why are you upset? I only poked you until you were fucking bothered by it. Oh, okay. Yeah, no, that's my fault somehow. Cool. Why are you bothered when I did the thing that you explicitly said you didn't like? Okay, yeah, cool. That's fine. This is my fault, I guess. Boo says, I stopped when asked to. That makes me immune to all roasts. Oh, yeah, true. Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna have to think about it. Because I've always said that I don't really like the whole money thing, but I never really followed it up. Maybe just unaffiliating is the answer. It sucks though, because I really do like the channel points. And to a lesser degree, the emotes as well. Who says but the points? Well, it is what it is. It can't be perfect. Snake says, but what will we do with our points? You will lose them all. So you won't do anything with them. Polio says, wait, farming even though you're maxed? It gives you money. Farming's always been a profitable skill for me. You can lose money if you want to and gain experience faster with magic trees and stuff like that. But you can just as easily make a ton of money instead. You'll see at the end of this. I'll show you how much money we actually end up with. I think it's pretty worth it, especially for, 20, 30 minutes. It's a nice little mental reset depending on what it is that you're doing as well. If you're like grinding out a boss or something and, it's wearing on your mental, taking a little bit of time to run a lap or whatever, not so bad. All right, so I think we're done with all of these, which is nice. Goose's farming runs are somewhat therapeutic. Yeah, exactly. Speaking of things that I've been thinking about changing, I like the shoutouts thing, and I want to continue doing it, but I feel like my temperament isn't stable enough to do them well. Snake says Slayer was grinding on my mental HP. That heart reset it. Oh shit. It's pretty rare too, right? So you're pretty lucky to get it maxing. All right, so we did this. Guess we'll go here next. All right, so that Addis plant is dead. We can do this to Spori. We're out of seeds. Hey, Saku. Snake says, got it at 97. Yeah. I mean, anywhere before maxing is pretty good. I thought it was more. Maybe saturated hearts are 140 mil. When he posted it in his log or the chat message, it was like 98 mil. So I thought it was closer to 140, 150 mil, something like that. Maybe it's just when it's saturated. Because I've had hearts a bunch of times, just Savage's heart, obviously. Or at least, I think it was only Savage's heart. Snake says 98.5 mil, sure. Polio forgot their meds. Snake says, when saturated, it is 100 mil even? Oh, okay. So, I don't know what I'm thinking about then. Unless the price just like dropped tremendously. Probably not though. Probably just wrong. But yeah, Cole, you just need to have a schedule for things like that. Or at least that's how it works for me. Just do something at the same time every day. Becomes second nature eventually. Or like tie it to something else that you always do. That also works. Especially if it's like you're supposed to do it, you know, on a full stomach anyway. So like eat and then do it or whatever. There's a bunch of different ways that you could approach it, I guess. And if I unaffiliate, it will remove the ad breaks, right? And that is just a full positive for everyone. Well, except for the people who are subscribed, I guess. Which, you know, that's unfortunate, but... And then you don't have to be subscribed. In fact, it probably will unsubscribe you. What a terrible time to do it, though. Being that you guys just spent money on it. Or at least one of you did. Polio says you can remove the ads individually. What does that even mean? What do you mean by that? It's not like I choose who gets ads and who doesn't. Polio says, yeah, I'm currently figuring out a schedule for myself. Had none before, sure. Stringad says, all I'm hearing is dump my bits now while I still can. I mean, that's a good way to get me to end stream early. Peter says, hopefully I get refunded for subbing in advance. Yeah, that would be nice. I think we walk back to this one. Snake says, what shall we dump them on screen? Do it to Beatrice while she's offline. That'll be funny. Beatrice says, oh no, please don't give me 100k bits, chat. See? She doesn't mind. feel like most people respond pretty positively to it. So you can kind of just do whatever. Boost says, okay, fine, I won't do it then. Damn. You're only looking for negative reactions? That's crazy. All right, so we got a bunch more herb patches. We got one more of these. I think this is our last fruit tree. Yeah, should be our last fruit tree. So we'll go to Amir's Arena next, finish the cactus spines. And then we'll go to Alderan. That's where Hops is. Then I kind of do like the right side, then the left side, and then kind of the middle. Something like that. I think I can arrange this, like my house, a little bit better still. I think there's a replacement for the quest cape that I could do or use at some point. Like when I get a fairy ring, it'll be here, obviously. And I can do something else here, which is better for the farm run. I don't remember what it is, though. It kind of has to be like... the achievement diary cape, but where would I go with it? Who says, by the way, I found the owner of that kitten. His name is Pumpkin, and he's back with his family. Oh, shit. You rescued a kitten today? Or earlier? Goddamn. What a fucking hero. Pumpkin's an okay name for a cat. Or any pet, I guess. Vegetables, huh? Yeah, that seems fine. I think it's a fine nickname for a person, but I wouldn't give it as a name for a person. It seems like a bad name for a person to have. Well, yes, is it an orange kitten? Almost all orange kittens are ladies. Orange cats, right? Something about orange cats. There are definitely male orange cats, but I think that's what it was. Was it orange cats? Maybe it's tabbies. Maybe I'm thinking of the palicos or whatever. No, it was a Siamese mix. All right. I half remember a cat fact, and that's the best that I've got going on at the moment. This is as much as I've got for you. A poorly remembered cat fact. Claudia says, but I know a dude with a male orange floofer and he's adorable. Yeah, there are definitely some around. All right, so we did Yaneel and Catherby. This is Eric Salzman. We have 3 there. And then Port Sarum, the last jute patch. I think that's everything. The screenshot says the dude with the cat. That's funny. Yeah, Kolyo was talking about the cat being adorable. The dude could also be adorable, to be fair, but much less likely. I don't know. I feel like guys respond pretty negatively to being called adorable in most cases. Well, I say most cases. I mean, like, if, like, the masculine urge to not be called adorable. Shit. I assumed left clicking on it would let me choose where I wanted to go, but no. That is not how that works. Oh man. I just remembered I hooked up Renar 2 days ago or whatever. That's not good. That's a terrible financial decision. Okay. I feel like we're really low on Renar, actually. For the end of a farm run. Just low odds? Maybe I'm forgetting something. Because this is the end of the run. We have Entrana left, of course. We did all of those, obviously. This is Harmony Island. We did both of those. Now it's just a low output farm run. Oh, wait. Deposit box first. It's weird that the deposit box has a UI, whereas normally you just do it straight out of your inventory. Goya says, I get the male urge to not be seen as adorable because there have been way too often that I was seen adorable when I wanted the opposite. What is the opposite of adorable? Like intimidating, maybe? Koya says, but I've seen plenty of dudes feel genuinely happy about being called adorable, and they took it as a big compliment. Yeah, I've never seen that. Never. But, you know, there are cases where you might be secretly happy about it as well. There's a little bit of like a case where there's like testosterone in a room, and by virtue of other guys being around, you don't want things to, you know, you don't want to seem a certain way or anything like that. There's a bunch of memes about it too. Or like, you know, out in public, you're like, you know, broad-shouldered, big-chested or whatever. But then at home, you're just like a little guy. Little guy vibing. Beatrice says, I've seen that. More adorable males, please. Well, you're asking the wrong guy. Kolia says, same with dudes being happy, being called pretty instead of handsome. Yeah, no, I've never responded well to that. I mean, I'm never like blown up about it or anything either. It's like, oh, okay. All right. If you say so, I guess. Stern says, if someone called me adorable, I'm assuming you're insulting me and I'm challenging you to a blood duel on the spot to retain my manliness, of course. That's closer to how I respond to that kind of stuff, yeah. Whoa. It's like 200k less than what it's usually. Or we've got way less for Renar than normal. It's definitely part of it. About half as many cactus as normal. These all seem normal. So it's just Renar. We're missing like 40 Renar and about 10 cactus finds. Pretty unlucky. That's okay. Beatrice says adorable, and Screenwrite says perish. Got him. Golia says the big tough guy being small at home is pretty much me. I want to look really tough and masked, but when I'm vulnerable, I'm so the opposite. Sure. Hey, the Undrafted. What's going on, man? We should do these. Am I missing a kind of nest? I think the other kind of nest is like clue nest. So no, probably not. That's a lot of acorns. Jesus. Neurologist says, I can't stop sneezing. I swear I'm not sick. If you keep sneezing and you're not sick, that means that there's something intruding upon your nostrils. Like your body is literally just trying to get something out of it. You got a dog hair that's like tickling your... I don't know. There's probably something in there. Sinuses? Sure. Dog hair tickling your sinuses. The interrupter says, I've been blowing my nose like you wouldn't believe. Yeah, but it's not good enough, man. We got something in there. Oh, I have this. I don't think we really need this. Because this is better. Snake says rub lotion up in there to make it less itchy. I don't know. That might not actually be the worst thing. I don't think you're supposed to like breathe it in, like drink it or whatever. And like definitely the outside surface of your skin is definitely different than the inside surface, but it might actually be like literally the worst thing. But I don't think that's what he means by itchy. It's like the biggest thing. I think it's a different kind of itch. Maybe it isn't though. Oh yeah, we kind of decided not to bring this anymore, huh? Something like this. Spirit says, it's me, I live here now. Oh, you're inside of the Undrafted's nose? That's crazy. You're much smaller than I remember you being. Polya says, here in Germany, we have a saying that if your nose itches, which can cause sneezing, then you're about to get smacked in the face. Aren't we kind and lovely? Spirit says, in your nostrils? Yeah. Thanks for clarifying. Snake says, don't do that for legal reasons. That lotion thing? It's definitely supposed to be used on the surface, but I doubt it's that bad. It's probably fine. Indian Draft says, I'll try that and get back to you. All right. Goose has got to go get ready for work, but I'll be back later. All right. We might still be around, maybe. Draft says, but enough about my silly allergies. How goes the scaping of runes? We actually don't do very much runescaping. And there's actually kind of like a big problem. Let's see. Is it still popping off? Maybe. Hard to say. Saku says, so it's run escaping then? I would say that's closer to accurate, at least in our present circumstances. Am I forgetting anything? I don't think so. Zuracella says, anyone want to fight? Meet me at Costco in the Pokemon aisle. There's no reason there's a Pokemon aisle in Costco. No way. Wait, Scream Knight's already there? Shit. Maybe there is one. In Drafted says, I've been in Costco. Never seen a whole aisle dedicated to Pokemon. You're a liar and a con artist. Damn, both of them? Folia says that one is genius. Yeah, Saku's pretty good at it. Puns. I don't know if they come naturally to him, but he definitely seems like he puts a decent amount of effort into it. I don't know if I needed to stop there. I don't think I did. You know, this as well in Minecraft, you don't really have to craft mines. But if you play Minecraft, I will say you are Minecrafting. I'm not sure I agree with that. I think crafting mines is a pretty large part of Minecraft. And certainly if you do the inverse, right? If you mine crafts, like that's almost definitely true. Like that's how you get most of your craftables is by mining. Like proportionally speaking, the amount of people who play through Minecraft without mining or crafting are like, that's like challenge playthrough. You know what I mean? I've seen Luke the Notable do it without mining, and I've seen him do it without crafting too, I think. But never both, I think. So I guess it's just a flash of inspiration. Oh, I see. But yeah, mining and crafting, especially mining to craft and crafting to mine, like that's kind of like pretty fundamental to the game, you know? Saku says technically mining wasn't part of my skyblock. Well, if you consider mining to be anything that uses a pickaxe, which I think is reasonable, then absolutely it was. Every time you broke cobblestone or whatever. It depends what you mean by mining, though, to be fair. Drafted says, is it though? Mines already exist in Minecraft. No reason to craft them. Now, digging, yes, you have to dig to progress in the game. See, yeah, so you're talking about the semantics of mining. So you don't need to make a literal, like, mine shaft. But in order to dig, after a certain point, we're talking about breaking stone, right? Like, digging is dirt. And after digging, you mine rock, right? And that's where all of your iron and shit is. So unless you only get iron through golems or whatever, like the vast majority of people do mine, I would say. Screamer says he actually has thousands of one-liners I'm sorry. Screamer says he actually has thousands of one-liners on post. It's all over. On post, I imagine that means like at the ready, perhaps. You don't have to say, you want this one? It depends. Like if you don't consider making a proper mine shaft as mining, then I could see it. Or like the only time that you would craft a mine is if you made an actual mine shaft. Because like digging a hole to get iron or whatever could be considered not a mine, but people count them as mines, right? So I don't know. Then again, we don't really count it as mines in Valheim, right? When we're just doing like surface copper or whatever, it's not like we're super mining, right? But it is a mining skill, isn't it? So maybe it is. I don't know. You draft this as a cave, perhaps? It's like an artificial cave, right? Doesn't cave imply that it's natural? Screenwrite says Post-it notes, brand of sticky notes. Post-its all over. I see. Yes, Post-its all over. Like the conspiracy party. I understood. I understand now. I misread it before. Saku says folder 5, section 32B. Damn. Screenwrite says marks through the joke with a Sharpie. Another smile served, boys. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. I do like the idea of him just like having like a prepared list and he's just executing on them and using them all exactly once. So that time my extended hurt box got hit by the bolt instead of me stepping onto the yellow tile. That's crazy to me. So like the hurt boxes happen before the true tile does ultimately. The Indrafter says you're blowing my mind right now and I'm completely sober. Well, he says mines have to start somewhere, so I would say that counts. Like the first time you break a rock, it's a mine. Psyche says, man, I could have gotten another Reddit medal for this one. True. You fool, you're wasting your potential. What about Reddit gold? Think of all the Reddit gold. It's just how he drills out, how he practices craft. He just goes on to Reddit, any arbitrary Reddit, any post, and it's like, make a funny, be funny. Screenwriter says he also posts on Reddit, man, I could have used this in person, so he's double dipping. Screenwriter says I'm onto you. So what you're saying is, man, I could have used this in person is like farming Reddit gold. That seems right. Like you can just put that under any of like the most updated duder or whatever and constantly get upvotes yourself. Just piggyback off of someone else's updates. Optimal Reddit farming strats. Can you make money off of Reddit? Is that a thing? I thought they were trying to monetize like the updates or something somehow. Well, this is nah, but starting to dig a little deeper. Sure, counts as the start of a mine if you eventually continue. Seems like you're saying retroactively it's a mine because you've dug more later. That's kind of crazy. Saki says, nah, I posted a meme on Reddit. It was the Dark Souls Cuthbert meme, and it got downvoted. So I just took it as Reddit doesn't have a sense of humor. I mean, it's pretty true, honestly. Screwball says, is it me who's wrong? No, Reddit is full of idiots. And yeah, I mean, any group of people is full of idiots, I'm going to be honest. Sorry, that's just the way it is. You have more than one person in a room, the net intelligence goes down. Though people are good at like compensating for over and underestimating people things, right? The wisdom of the crowds or whatever it is. Problem is that like people will like they will unwizen their groups. They will remove the wisdom from their group by conferring with one another. I think Vsauce Michael here did an experiment in Minefield trying to replicate the wisdom of the crowds. Hey Oz. I appreciate you for stopping by, dude. He was trying to replicate the experiment that has been like famously done with a can or jar of jelly beans, right? The idea is obviously you ask somebody how many jelly beans are in the jar, and you know, closest person wins is the idea. But you can also take all of the data that you get from that, all the people's guesses or whatever. And supposedly the average is supposed to be pretty close to the amount of actual jelly beans in the jar. However, the problem that he encountered when he was doing the experiment, when he was trying to replicate the results, is that the people were conferring with one another, trying to figure out what was the most likely guess, like what is a good way to estimate it or whatever. And because of that, their guess was not very good. Like collectively, the average wasn't very good. Screener says, I think that's the scientific term for a group of people. No, idiots? Probably. Saki says, everybody else that I showed it to on Discord liked it, so it's a Reddit issue. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Maybe they didn't get it, though. It's possible. And Jeff just says, okay, if not a cave because it's not natural, and not technically a mine because you haven't built anything in it, how about calling it a tunnel? Doesn't a tunnel have to connect 2 points, though? Isn't that like a tunnel is like a road, right? It has to start somewhere and end somewhere else. When does something become a road? How long does a road have to be for it to be a road? Kolya says, if I had contact to that butthole, I could ask my dad. He actually worked in a mine at 18 years old. That doesn't mean that he knows dick about mines. That just means he knows how to mine, right? All right. I'm like so goddamn well rested, by the way. I went to sleep at a reasonable hour yesterday because I wasn't streaming or whatever. And then I napped literally all day long after that still. So I've slept like a ton. Jeff just says a ton is defined as an underground passage, so I guess that implies it has to connect to somewhere. Yeah, I feel that way. Kolya says, I don't know, maybe they got the definitions drilled into their mind. Wow. No, they certainly didn't. There's just no need for that. They probably don't even have like safety standards drilled into their minds or whatever. Beatrice says, a nice being rested, I guess. I don't know. Savage was saying earlier that this was yesterday, I suppose, or the day before even, maybe, that there's a noticeable difference between me when I'm like more rested and less rested or whatever, like I'm in a better mood. I don't know. I don't feel that way. And if it is true, it doesn't seem that way today. So, you know, maybe it just varies based on various other things as well. Kolya says, given he and his colleagues got buried alive, yep, no safety, damn. That's crazy. Beatrice says, yeah, I'm sure it varies. It usually does, but you might still be right. Beatrice says, then I'm sorry, it's fine. Kolya says, since then, it's weird to apologize for that. Kolya says, since then he got claustrophobia. What? Oh, so you mean like temporarily buried alive? I thought you meant like buried alive to death. It was like, they killed him and then gave him claustrophobia? The fucking bastards. Beatrice says, get apologized to, nerd. It's fine. Kolya says, yeah, he survived. Not all of his colleagues, though. Jesus. Yeah, I don't know. That's, that sucks, I guess. Seems appropriate. I don't know. I don't know about like cave stuff. Just horrible tragedies that I happen to have encountered. Usually not miners though. I've only heard a few stories about miners. But I imagine that's a pretty consistent problem that they have. I mean, you're more likely to get buried alive as a miner than as a firefighter. Actually, is that even true? Maybe that's a bad comparison. I was thinking something completely unrelated to, you know, working as a miner, but firefighters probably are in buildings that collapse pretty regularly. Well, he says, yeah, I don't know. It was almost like 40 years ago. Who knows when they up the safety stuff? Probably do that like pretty regularly, to be honest. Like more or less anytime they discover some kind of like terrible flaw, they're like, oh, we shouldn't do it this way. It's like, oh yeah, maybe we should. Those supports are too separated from each other. You know what I mean? They should be closer to each other than that. You know what I mean? One of those. Caves are kind of weird, like structurally. It's weird that you could remove so much like material and it just hold its shape, making a tunnel. Is it a tunnel? I think the idea is that like between caves and tunnels, right? Like we mentioned that tunnels have to be like passage, right? Like it has to take you somewhere, but it can just take you to like a different section of a cave, like to a greater opening or whatever. I feel like if a cave is sufficiently long, it becomes a tunnel, even if it doesn't go anywhere. Like you can't exit the cave. Golia says, I would not place my bets on that assumption. Humans are dumb. They don't necessarily learn out of a major flaw. I like just straight up disagree with that. They do way better than any other animal with regards to learning. Like, so no, we generally do kind of learn. It's just whether or not we're incentivized to learn more so than we are anything else. Because sometimes it's not that we don't learn, it's just that it's expensive to change some things, right? So sometimes it's not worth doing something differently because it typically works. And if it typically works well enough, this is the wrong one, yeah, then there's no reason to change. If, you know, in the vast majority of circumstances, it's just fine. Right? So it's not that we are stupid, it's that we don't care to change. Because like you can't make something like perfectly always eternally safe. Something can always go wrong, probably. Well, maybe not always, but you get what I'm saying. The way that we control for safety is like, what was it? Like the margin of safety or whatever. It's like, okay, so if we're building a house, right? There's a minimum, you know, structural load that something can hold, right? Say it's supposed to be designed for 100 pounds, right? The like that's what we expect it to actually have to hold up, 100 pounds, right? The margin of safety that we actually build in is like 2 or 3 times, right? Or more than that, right? And you can make the margin of safety high, like really high. You can make it like 100 times that, right? But there's no reason to do that if you only expect it to hold 100 pounds. Like, why would you make it be able to hold several tons? That's just a silly thing to do. Like, what's the plan there? Are you going to have an elephant on it? Like, that's just not necessary, right? So the expense of just making it more safe for no reason just isn't worth it, right? Like, you could, but you just don't. But there's a certain amount of safety, like margin of safety, that we do adopt, right? And similarly, that margin of safety probably does tend to trend upwards over time, where it was, you know, 2 before, now it's closer to 3 or 5. So I don't think I agree with that actually at all, to be honest. Saku says, just look at Boeing. I mean, yeah, I understand what you're saying, but like, the people who are like, Boeing isn't safe or whatever, like relatively in the field of planes, sure, but like, you're gonna die like literally hundreds of times before in a car before you die in a plane, right? Like, this is just the way it is. And again, people aren't afraid of cars. Polio says, that is a good argument. If there is an interest in not changing despite flaws, then it'd be ignorance, not stupidity. I don't know, actually. I think I would say it's the other. Ignorance means that you aren't aware. Stupid is when you make a bad decision. So you can consider it being stupid, making a choice that is more economical rather than one that is about safety or whatever. But like, you can only do so much for safety, right? And I'm not saying that we are doing enough and we shouldn't do any more. I'm saying the expense associated with being safer is certainly a factor with regards to, oh, I should have just stayed over there. Oh, it didn't matter. Nice. Like, efficiency, right? Because if you're doing something, you're almost certain, like as a job, right? If you're doing something as a job, you're doing it for money, right? And it's not the money that you're making, it's the money that you're making someone else. That's why they pay you, right? And if you're doing it for someone else that is paying you, right? They can only afford to pay you so much money before they actually start to lose money, right? And they're not only interested in making money, they want to make as much money as possible, right? So what ends up being the main reason that they would like increase safety factors is for the longevity of the people working for them, like literally so that they can work for them longer, and to mitigate like lawsuits and shit like that, right? And those have always been like controlling factors, right? So it seems to me calling it stupid is like at best like an oversimplification. It's like definitely malicious probably, because obviously they could make it as safe as literally possible with break even, you know what I mean? Like literally just break even profits. They could do that, right? There's all kinds of like non-profit organizations that exist, right? Not in the mining field, I don't think, but generally they do exist, right? And they can continue to exist as well. So anything less than a non-profit is strictly like, I don't know, I don't want to call it necessarily innately malicious or what have you, but you get the idea. It's like they could be spreading the wealth if they wanted. Polio says, I mean, ignorance can be malicious. I don't think it can. Willfully ignorant, perhaps, but that's, you'd have to qualify ignorance in some way. Beatrice says, wow, shameful builders don't think I'm going to have something as heavy as my chat's mom over. Damn, that's crazy. Saku says, for doing mistakes and not learning from them. Is that with regards to Boeing in particular? I don't know a lot about Boeing, to be honest. I just know that people meme about them. And even if I did know a lot about Boeing, I'm not anywhere near the level of aviation engineer or whatever to be able to opine on that in any significant way. Polio says, yeah, I mean willful ignorance, not the literally not noticing kind. Ignorance usually doesn't have very much to do with like how attentive you are. It has to do with how educated you are. Like literally how much you actually know rather than how much you perceive. Typically. But I get what you're saying. You're basically saying like the, what was it? Titan? What was the name of the sub that imploded? Police's words are hard. Yeah, no, I understand. It's literally a conversation of semantics, right? Saki says Titanic. No. I mean, that was a ship that got body bagged, but that's not what I mean, they were like trying to visit the Titanic or whatever, but that's the name of the sub too? No fucking way. Saki says, I don't think it was. I'm gonna need a fact check on that one. Not that it matters. You know what I'm talking about. Titan. Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I said, at least. Seems a little on the nose, though. Tucker says, I just see Titanic sub everywhere, so I thought. It is the Titanic sub, but it's called Titan itself. Polya says, Submersible Titan, formerly known as Cyclops 2. But if it's 2, then it can't be a Cyclops anymore. Don't they know anything? It's got to be a Biclops. Polya like that one. Then that one's for you, Polya. You've earned it. Wonder what I'm gonna eat today. I think I've got a few options actually. Maybe just ramen. Saki says now it's behind a bike lock. So instead of Biclops, it's behind a bike lock. I understand audibly why it's related, but literally, what does that mean? Saku says that was a stretch. Yeah, it was a stretch audibly, but also I don't know what you mean by behind a bike lock. Like, is it in a safety deposit box or something? Like, what does that mean? Oh, that's unfortunate. No. One more tick. Koya says, I think there is no meaning, just words sounding similar. This is why Savage hates puns. This is exactly why he hates that shit. Okay. How are we doing? Not great. No, we've only gotten 28k. I guess we've only done a few runs so far, huh? Mostly just the farm run. Oh, what? I feel like it was in a different cycle than normal. Maybe I just went to the wrong place though. I think usually I can just go straight there. There's another guy here, so maybe that's why I was on a different cycle. I missed. Chloe says, why is my brain suddenly remembering a meme? or a Vine. I don't know how old it is. Well, memes predate Vines, that's for sure. Well, he says, this is why mom doesn't fucking love you. Don't ask. I don't see the connection either. But my mind is screaming that one at me. It doesn't sound familiar, but I'm also not like really in tune with Vine in particular. I only have Vine and also like TikTok stuff, like second or third hand at this point. I certainly don't use or never used any of them. I mean, nobody uses Vine anymore. Don't have the technology. You have to Wayback Machine that shit. No, I walked straight into that yellow tile. No. Polius's oldest I find is 8 years ago. Like usage of the word meme. I don't want to talk to this guy, I'm gonna be honest. Because memes existed before the word meme, obviously. It's just that we're like using it retroactively to identify things that would obviously have been memes if we knew the word, right? Same with like the word selfie, right? Selfies like post 2000 or whatever. But people have taken pictures of themselves before. So like, I get what you're saying, but like, I don't think there's a meaningful distinction between the two things. Pre and post. Is my guy okay? Actually, I used to have like the chat completely turned off in this game. Like I could only see what like people on my friends list were saying. I turned it off for some reason. I don't know what though. It was very recent though. Must have been some cause. Man, we're a long way away. Oh, that does remind me. When does my bond run out? It's not this, is it? No. This one? 9 days? Oh, we got plenty of time. Well, maybe not plenty of time. I think when we ran the numbers, it was like 3 million, which was like 2 weeks. So maybe not actually, especially if, you know, the game dies. Oh yeah, if you guys didn't know, I guess I can tell you. I only know like the highest level. But I guess I know enough in order to speak about it, right? People were incensed. I don't know what the state of the matters is today. But people were very upset at Jagex because Jagex suggested, hey, what if we remonetize this game in such a way that there's different levels of membership? And the way that they decided to create these tiers or theoretical tiers of membership is, okay, what if the current version of membership, well, there was a bunch of different options, right? There were all kinds of different permutations of like with this, without this, with this, without that, right? But basically they were like, okay, at the lowest level package, if you want to think about it that way, like, okay, you pay for membership, you can only play the game on mobile, right? And then the next level of membership, you can play the game normally with one account, either on RS3 or on OSRS, right? Just one or the other. And then in the next level, you get one in both, right? And additional characters will cost you less than the tier of membership that you have, but like, you know, maybe half the price of the original package or something like that. And then another consideration was like, okay, what about this version of membership? This tier of membership has no ads in it, right? And what about this version of membership that has like a better logout timer, like Saku was saying, right? So like instead of, you know, it being, it's like 26 minutes or 16 minutes or whatever. Instead of it being that long, it's a little longer. Actually, really what they were suggesting is, if you're not gathering this, is they're saying, hey, the way that the game works as it is right now, what if we remove that from your membership and then sell it to either you or other people who are willing to spend more money than you are? Oh, another thing was like API access. Just a bunch of things that you like already can do in the game, like you already have access to, and they're like, hey, what if we sold this to you instead of just letting you have it? And in addition, instead of you know, our notoriously bad customer support, what if we promise you, pinky swear, that you get good customer support if you pay us enough money as part of your membership? So yeah, there was a few different things that they were saying, and the player base liked exactly fucking zero of it, to be honest. Exactly zero of it. Maybe there was something in there that was actually a half decent idea, but for sure it did not land well with people. Saku says you can choose membership with ads, with less logout timer, or mobile only. Only OSRS or RS3, yeah. That's about right. Somewhere in there. Saku says want an extra character that's going to cost more membership than your first. Well, it was a fraction. So it depends, right? They were pulling a bunch of different people, a bunch of different versions of what it is, right? It's because they wanted to get an idea of like, this is acceptable, this is not acceptable. You know what I'm saying? So they asked a bunch of different people a bunch of different but similar questions, right? The one that I saw was the membership was like $12.49 a month for one character, right? And then there was a graduated tier, I think it was for about $20, $25 or whatever, that gave you a character in OSRS and RS3, and then it allowed you to get additional characters for $6.49 each. So initially, for one character, well, technically you're getting two characters, but let's say you only play OSRS because you have sense, right? So initially, your membership is more expensive, right? But with two characters, you're starting to get better. It's like almost break even, but not quite. But with three characters, it would be better, right? Like better pricing than having three separate, you know, paid bonds going or whatever. Like you can, you know, you can run the math. I believe in you guys. You can figure out the math, but you get the idea. At some point, it starts being cheaper depending on how many characters you have. I don't know if that makes sense to do, right? Like for anyone, but you know, somebody has, you know, Savage has a bunch of different accounts, but he doesn't pay for any of them, obviously. But in a world where you want to have all of your different accounts bonded up all the time and you don't mind paying money for it, maybe that makes sense, you know, for you. So I guess the TLDR is none of the suggestions are acceptable. I don't know about none. There might have been one good idea in there somewhere. But yeah, the vast majority for sure were not good. Savage sent me a video by No Monkey, whatever. And he No Monkey was obviously incensed about it, but I don't know if they were looking at it like strictly rationally, if that makes sense. Which obviously, because it's like not a super reasonable thing. But that being said, I think at some point No Monkey was like, actually, this one might be a decent idea. I don't remember what it was. Sagu says yes, but not part of a membership cost. I kind of get that. Yeah, sure. It's just not a good place to have that. But yeah, No Monkey's solution was like, hey, if you want to earn, you know, the love of your player base back after having rubbed their nose in it like this, you have a roadmap right here of things that you can implement. And if you did it at no expense, people would definitely notice and appreciate. And that probably would do a decent amount for salvaging where you are. And that's probably true, but I know, well, I don't know, but the world where that happens is not this one. That's just not gonna happen. Like, no fucking way. It's like, oh yeah, okay, all right, sure. I've never, well, I don't want to say never, because there are cases, there are games where they've at great expense to themselves and no expense to the user decided, oh, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna fix everything. Yeah, everything that was wrong, we're gonna fix it. No Man's Sky, Final Fantasy 14, right? There's a few different games where they like changed it all, top to bottom. But even OSRS technically, right? But I don't know, man. I don't see it. I don't see them going through all the trouble of making that. I think they're gonna just hope this one blows over. They fucking duck. I don't know, man. It's one of those things where it's like, I understand that they need money to like continue operating and stuff, but like, there's a difference between needing money and needing or wanting all of the money, right? Like you can get enough money to be cool without having to like fight tooth and nail for every bit that you can possibly get. And I really don't like people, I mean, kind of full stop, but specifically fighting tooth and nail for everything. Like, you need to get all of the money all the time. If you don't get every bit, every single dollar, then it's not worth it. But, you know, I don't know. I'm just the way that I live life. It's like fairly minimalistic. I don't like spending a lot of money or anything like that. Gotta focus. No. Oof. I wasn't sure I was gonna make it. Alright, we're good. Nice. So yeah, the bullet pouch doesn't seem super worth it. Neither does the herb pouch really, but sometimes the herbs come in pairs. And if you get more than one herb, it's worth it. Let's see, we get 5 chests, is that right? There's one at the end of floor 4, and there's 3 on floor 5. And there's one towards the, like, midpoint of floor 4. So yeah, 5 chests every run. I think the odds of one of them having Renar in it is pretty high. The odds of 2 is less high. I'm not sure. I'm sure there's a way to know. Maybe we'll try and pay some attention. See if we can get some anecdotal evidence. We have 3 Renar out of probably 5 runs or something like that. What's our KC? 290? I think I have to stop. Yeah. It's another tile that's actually not helpful. I missed. I tried to click on it, but I missed. It's okay. But yeah, with regards to the controversy, sorry, I forgot. In RuneScape. I definitely don't like it. I'm not sure how much I don't like it. Chloe says, wow, a sentence in a game I am playing. I'm standing outside. I am outstanding. I think outstanding comes from being standout. Rather than... Wait. Rather than standing out? Well, it does. That's funny. I kind of stumbled into another pun. Weird. Koya says, I mean, that's the joke. Well, no, I understand. I understand. But... understand and outstand, huh? That's interesting. Proximal standing has double meaning. Something about space and standing. There's probably a reason for that. Understand doesn't intuitively mean what it actually means, though. Maybe it's under your standing is the idea, meaning that it is below you, so you fully comprehend it. Because outstanding is when things stand out, rather than when things... I can't say it the other way while it still makes sense in English, but being outside of the thing that is standing. It's very weird. It's very weird that I constantly run into that. I guess that means that it's a relatively intuitive thing in English, though. Talking about English in English isn't super easy, it seems.
Follow along and come along with me.
Thank you for the follow, Miss Panda. It took all of my will to not make a Miss Jackson reference. All of my sheer force of will. And I didn't. I told you that I was thinking about it, but I didn't actually say it. And if you need to unfollow because I didn't, or because I mentioned it, I understand. And also, if it's MS Panda, then that's fine too. My bad. Do you think that they're going to buff Hollow Sepulchre so that when you pick up items... Oh, wait, I didn't finish the thing that I was saying. Also, my frame rate is getting fucking throttled right now. Which is crazy. What is going on? It's fucking RuneScape, bro. Oh, I do have the bitrate turned up. Forgot about that. So maybe that's why. Koya says it seems fine here. It was just for a second. But yes, it definitely was weird on my end. And if it's weird on my end, I think it has to be weird on your end. It wasn't like a problem. Like it didn't affect my ability to play the game or anything like that, but it was definitely not correct. Maybe I'll turn the FPS down on OBS as well. I've heard that, like, in most cases, you as the people in the stream wouldn't be able to tell the difference between, you know, something between 30 and 60 FPS anyway. Like, stream almost never comes out in that quality anyway. So like uploading in 60 FPS is kind of pointless. Let's see, what does this say? Oh, I can get it in 60 FPS. I can go up to 1080, 60 FPS. Folio says I was smart and dumb at the same time. What do you mean? 1080 60 FPS is the highest quality I can view the stream at. So I should see what the actual output of this is, because if I'm doing shit in like 4K, obviously there's no point. Recording? Wait, maybe I need to make sure I'm using the right graphics card. Because I'm not sure what GPU 0 means. Maybe they just start counting from 0. Let's see. Do you have options? No. Alright, well, let's leave it then. Let's not mess with that. Not right now. Polio says, I started getting my place clean. I put everything in one corner so I can just work that pile down and boom, finished. That's the smart part because that works incredibly well for me. Polio says, I put everything on my bed. That is the dumb part. I'm tired but need to work off that pile first. So what you're saying is, in order to encourage yourself to get the work done, you put everything in a pile. However, you put it in a pile on your bed so you can't take a break. That is pretty unfortunate. I don't know about putting everything in a pile. It's nice to have everything you're working on in one place, so I can see some benefit to that. Maybe I should have run the other way. This is exactly. It's midnight. My meds are kicking and I'm tired. I mean, I would suggest just moving it off of your bed onto the floor next to your bed, but you're definitely going to forget about that and walk straight through it. You're just going to wake up, immediately go out of your bed and break half of your shit as well as fall down. You're just going to wake up and roll onto a pile of fucking Legos. So, maybe not that. Boy, is this curse past me for not thinking this properly through. Well, I mean, that's how we learn, right? Honestly, putting it on your bed is like a good idea if you want to get it done before you sleep. So I kind of get it if past you was like, I need to get this done today. And the way that I can ensure that I get it done today is making sure that I don't sleep until it's done. Sometimes that's a little short-sighted. Well, yes, this is good for me because it's alleviated. Saves me from bending down all the time and further hurting my already aching back. Oh, not alleviated. You mean like it's elevated. Got it. I mean, you are alleviating your pain by making sure you're using something that is elevated. Got it. I think I make it. Wow. Photo finish, but we take those. Chloe says yes, speechant. No, you're good. Again, you speak English because it's the only language I know. I speak English because it's the only language I know. We're not the same. Is the timing different? Seems slightly different, but not enough to make a difference. Koya says, I speak English because that is way more fun than German. What do you mean by that? Why is it more fun to speak in English than it is in German? Saku says, I speak English because it's way more useful than French. Is it? You mean like online, maybe? Useful, huh? It makes it sound like there's genuine utility to English. Saku says, online and subtitles, etc. Koya says, I don't have an explanation. I only know how... I'm sorry. I only know I have much more fun and feel happier. I don't know. Saku says, French subtitles are rarer than English. Yeah, I could buy that. I could definitely buy that. Do you think English is the most localized to language in the world? Obviously, we have a lot of media that's like originally released, produced in English. But I imagine that in the secondhand market, with localization, a lot of it is English as well. I wonder what market share looks like. I bet you can do some kind of statistical analysis and see what the most useful language is from an entertainment perspective, which has got to be close to like as good as it gets. You know what I mean? Like, there's like utility from being able to speak, right? And like professionally and like personally and stuff like that. But I imagine with regards to like an objective measure, like content and mass, as far as entertainment goes, it's got to be pretty close to as good as it gets. To saying, well, this language is the best one for, not like utility, but like, how much value you can get out of having it, I guess. Koya says, I also speak English with my German friends who can speak English. And somehow we all have the opinion that it is better than German, and no one has an answer as to why. If I knew more than one language, and I knew other people who knew the other language, I would probably use that other language at every turn, just for practice. Like, I was studying Japanese for a while. And I wouldn't say that I spoke a lot of Japanese, but if I could have, I would have, certainly, because I like Japanese. I just like the way that it sounds and stuff. But that's the only reason that I can come up with for using Japanese when I know that the person that I'm speaking to also knows English. Because it's just better to practice for both of us. And also because I like the way it sounds. But maybe that's it. Maybe you just like English and that it sounds better to you. More than sufficient explanation for me. Damn. I wish... Maybe I don't wish. maybe I should just develop my ability. Because I definitely spent a lot of time with Japanese before, and I spend less and less time with it now, obviously, because not only am I not studying it, I'm also not like even watching anime or whatever. But there was a time where I definitely enjoyed it. I mean, I say that. It's actually nothing to do with Japanese. I just enjoyed studying things. I used to really thrive in that environment. And I haven't studied anything in ages. Well, he says, yeah, it sounds, I don't know, cleaner. Don't ask me how a language can sound clean, but that just made the most sense in my mind. I mean, to some degree, I definitely hear what you're saying. I know for English, given the way that, you know, media portrays other languages or whatever, there's definitely like a certain amount of like Russian and German are the bad guy languages. You know what I mean? Like there's a certain amount of that going on. But other than that, I personally, anecdotally, do like Japanese because it reminds me, it's closer to like singing in a way than regular speaking. So I'm seeing this guy in the Inquisitor chest piece in Torva pants and it looks so weird to me. I don't know what the Torva pants actually look like off the top. Or maybe even Torva looks like. I know what the Justicar set looks like. It's that's what the Inquisitor set looks like. It's just like this, basically. But Torva doesn't, I don't have a good image of Torva in my mind for some reason. Wait, I got 200 gold from alking that? Also, why didn't I go over there? Damn, that ID2 hand is fucking worthless. What the? Oh yeah, we've got a lot of marks too, right? So we probably have like, what was it, 2 mil? Last time when we did like 4,000, I think we did exactly 4,000 marks. When we did a huge unboxing. We're probably going to only do the next unboxing when we're done with agility. Because then we know that we don't need the recolor for the squirrel, for example. We have no reason to use them on anything else. And if we ever get the squirrel pet, we would always just come back here, grind it out. Not a big deal. I don't think it makes sense to get that shit in advance. Especially when we could just have money in our pocket. Speaking of money in our pocket, should we be doing something with this money? Savage hasn't suggested investing it in anything, so I guess not. But... oh shit. Coley says, okay, hear me out. It's a weird example, but imagine a room that is clean, but absolutely packed with items and decorations. Completely overloaded. And then there's a very neat and minimalistic room. The first is how I hear German. The second is the cleanness that you hear in English. So you're saying that English is more efficient at communicating things? Maybe that's what you mean by clean? The density of information in English requires less syllables. You can communicate faster. That's fascinating. I don't know anything about German, really, so I wouldn't be able to opine on that one, but that's kind of what it sounds like you're saying, that English, the elegance in English stands out. Police is not efficient, but it feels less cluttered in my mind when I hear it and speak it. Feels less cluttered in your mind when you hear it and speak it. I definitely understand what you're saying, but I don't think I can put it into words. Like what it means to be cluttered in your mind. Maybe because you know so much more German than you know English. So the ways that you could express an idea in German are multitudes, whereas in English, there's an obvious, simpler way of speaking it. So it's not necessarily efficiency as in so much as it is simplicity. That does beg the question, if you had better mastery of English, if you would feel the same way. Or conversely, better mastery of German. That's the same thing applies then too. Polya says no, not that. Okay. I could get my brews going. Maybe I should do that too. I have no idea how much experience we actually get from that as well. Because we're going to have to hone this in, right? 12,500. Maybe we'll do that today as well. Just dial that in a little bit. Polya says, I think it just flows smoother. It sounds smooth and lightweight and clean, while German sounds very packed, heavy, and just a lot. Packed, heavy, and just a lot, huh? I wonder if it's literally the quality of the words, which is to say, like the intonation, like where in your mouth you use your vocal cords and stuff. Like one language is more guttural, and the other is more like almost like nasally, if you will. I wonder if that's what you're saying. Polya says, I think it's a very me issue with my brain that Tism is showing. Could be. I mean, you're also speaking to someone who just doesn't understand German. So it could be that what you're saying would make a ton of sense if I also spoke both English and German. But also, you're speaking to someone who, if they knew German, they would know it as their second language, rather than someone who was a native German speaker who learned English as well. So even if I did know German, it could be that my perspective would be still too different from yours to understand what you're saying. So maybe it was rigged from the start. Maybe I just couldn't possibly understand. Well, he says, you have a frame of reference to Japanese, comparing the feel in your mind. Okay, let's not pretend that I know Japanese anywhere nearly as well as you know English. That's not okay. Like, I made it to 201 in Japanese. All right, like we're not the same at all. Like, I know how to say some sentences in Japanese. You know how to speak to an English speaker. You know what I'm saying? All I could do was embarrass myself to someone who speaks Japanese. I can't even speak Japanese as well as a child does. You know what I mean? Like, it's not good. And that's not even for me, like, lack of practice. I mean, my peak ability in Japanese is just not even close to conversational. Like, the best that I can do is when somebody's speaking, sometimes I can get a vibe for what it is that they're talking about. And even then, it's like bold. I can definitely tell when someone is speaking Japanese. Kolia says, sounds like my skill level in Chinese. I know some sentences and words, and that's it. And that I could form a feel in my mind for Chinese. Yeah, I can definitely tell when somebody's speaking Japanese, but that's about it. And even then, there are definitely accents that are like weird. I was watching, I think he's That Japanese Man Yuta. Is that what his name is? The YouTube channel? He's very much about like conversational Japanese rather than like textbook based Japanese or whatever. But he was showing two people have a conversation that like a very thick dialect or whatever, right? And I definitely can't really tell when someone has a dialect in Japanese that I don't have an ear for at all, right? Like Kansai and shit like that. But I can tell that I don't understand what they're saying. It doesn't sound like it's accented to me. It sounds like they're saying words that I don't know, if that makes sense. But it still sounds like Japanese, usually. But I also don't know a terribly large amount of languages or anything like that, even like at a very like basic level or anything like that. So it's possible that I could mistake a language that isn't Japanese for Japanese as well. I don't think I've ever done that though. Coley says Chinese is a fun language too. Just the slightest pronunciation can make a difference. It's funny. Yeah, like it's a tone-based language or whatever. Coley says, like if you mess up one word, instead of saying I want to eat dumplings, you suddenly say I want to eat sleep. I think I would be down with eating sleep. I think I would consume some sleep. I think that would be better for me. I don't think I can sleep again anytime soon. Which is part of the reason why I'm still alive. As much as I would love to just go back to napping, I'm pretty sure I can't do that. I think I need to be awake for a while. Chloe says, real occurrence that happened to some students. Who studied Chinese in China, who then made a song about it. We listened to them in Chinese class. Interesting. Yeah, I've met some proper Japanese people. There was like a meet and greet. Sure, there was like a meet and greet for the college that I was going to, and yeah, we met and spoke to some Japanese students that were learning English, and we were English speaking people who were learning Japanese. It was interesting. It was interesting. But I'm not very social or extroverted or whatever. So like meeting them really did like emphasize to me like there's really no reason for me to go traveling. Like, because what I'm gonna do if I travel is I'm gonna do what I want to do, which is like maybe one or two things, and then I'm gonna spend the rest of the time quietly to myself. Like, as much as I would love to like take in the sights and stuff, and I might be interested in doing that. Maybe. That's kind of bold, but there's a world I could see myself having an interest in seeing the sites. Jesus fucking Christ. Mostly it would be for the food, I would think. And ordering food sounds like a fucking nightmare. I don't even like doing that shit in English. You could probably point at the menu though, right? Oh shit, reading things on a fucking menu? That would also be a fucking nightmare now that I think about it. Yeah, guys, I don't think we're going to Japanese. I don't think we're going to Japan. They don't call it Japanese. They call it Japan. Police says local cuisine is a very good travel reason though, not gonna lie. I would agree with you if I cared about food more than I do. Because Kolya, I'm gonna be honest with you. Depending on what the weather's like, I'm gonna eat nothing but ramen noodles for probably a few weeks. Probably at least 1 week, maybe more than that. And you know what? I'm not going to be upset about it. And that's kind of the problem. Is like, if I find something that's like good enough or even like tolerable, I'm very inclined to just like eat that if it's easy. I'll just eat the same easy shit for my entire life, kinda. Sometimes I'll be like, oh, you know, it'd be nice, this thing, but that's like pretty seldom. And a lot of times, like, I'll think about, oh man, I should, you know, order food instead of, you know, having the same old. And then I'll think about it a little more and be like, dude, I don't know. Like, imagining what the food is like, it's cool and it's like maybe better, but like, I don't care. Like, me imagining the food is more pleasant, a more positive experience than me actually having the food. So I just like, there's no point, just skip it. It's also like money, obviously, but even if money wasn't an object, like, there was a time for, I don't know, 6 months, a little longer than that, I was ordering out every single day. And like, it wasn't a problem. It was fine. And I could definitely like continue living like that. But I also felt like really, I don't know. I felt, is malaise the word? I don't know. Food just didn't mean as much to me. Like, I enjoy food, don't get it twisted. But like, the highs and lows of food just don't register in my mind anymore. It's just whether I can eat something, whether I'm willing to eat something, or if I'm not willing to eat something. That's kind of what it boils down to. Well, it's this fair point. My diet isn't necessarily varied at the moment either. I can't literally cook. My stove is broken since I moved in, and the janitor doesn't give two shits to actually come over. Just makes fake appointments and waste my time. I think I would be able to survive without my stove entirely nowadays. I have an air fryer and a microwave. And there's just like really, really low chances that I'm going to use. Like, I can use my stove, my oven, both of those for stuff. But like, the incidence of me using those over just the air fryer or the microwave are like basically zero now. The air fryer's basically a better, faster way of cooking things in the microwave, and the microwave was how I cooked most things before. Like, every now and then I'll get like a frozen lasagna or something that I'll cook. And by cook, I mean just throw in the oven and just wait. But I haven't cooked anything on the stove itself proper in ages. Ages and ages. Speaking of ages and ages, I need to do something about those onions. I started blending. Oh, fuck. I started blending those onions. And I stopped blending them because I was like, it's late. And I don't want to bother people because it's kind of loud. I don't know how loud it is outside, but I didn't want to bother anybody with it being blended. Because it was like 1 a.m. or something. I was like, I should probably not be doing this right now. And then I just threw it in the freezer because I was like, I'll just get to it when I get to it. And I figured I was going to do something about it today. And I was going to, but it was still kind of frozen. I let it thaw in the refrigerator instead of thawing it out and about because I wasn't sure I was going to remember it or whatever. So it's in the refrigerator right now, which is better in some ways because that means it's probably not going to go bad extremely quickly at least. But it's also not late. It's early enough that I could probably blend it now. But if I keep streaming, I'm not going to have time to blend it before it's way too late. We're going to stream tomorrow too. And the day after. So that means it's going to be in the refrigerator for like 3 days. Well, I guess closer to 4. It'll probably still be fine. But it is one of those things where it's like, damn, I didn't really think this through. I mean, I guess I did think it through. It's just I didn't really like time it well. It's really what it boils down to. Speaking of boiling down to, is it better to do it when it's somewhat frozen, do you think? Probably not. I'm kind of going to make a onion slushy, weirdly enough. Cody says, yeah, same air fryer, microwave, and kettle and toaster, and that's basically all I got to eat something warm. But man, I want to cook. I don't relate to that at all. Wanting to cook. I've never wanted to cook anything before. I've been willing to like try to learn something, but wanting to cook, nah. Trying to think. There was this chicken recipe that I used once. It worked. It went pretty well, to be honest. It worked out quite well. I think I want to try it again. Because I didn't do some things very well. Mostly like the chicken prep. It's kind of lacking. Folia says, yeah, I really want good pasta. Whatever. We're just not gonna say that word. Oh, or zucchini ground beef rice dish. And I crave them. Yeah. I'm gonna go for ramen noodles. I've made some decent stuff, to be honest, but like as far as like making something that is like palatable to others, I don't even know if I can cook for other people. I've never made something that someone else has eaten. And I don't imagine that's going to change anytime soon either. I wonder, should I? Oh yeah, that's another thing. I also am low on groceries. I've been low on groceries actually, but the weather's been fucked. So I decided to just indoor and wait for the weather to get better. Which I don't know that it will actually do. Maybe I should check. Wait, is it gonna get colder or warmer? 'Cause if it gets colder, that's not good. I think it has been recently. Oh, that does remind me. Speaking of warmer recently, I don't have a shovel. I should get a shovel. Maybe even like a proper spade and a snow shovel separately. Chloe says, I'm not going to say for what. We had a camera team at our place years ago. And instead of ordering food paid by the team, I cooked for us and the entire team. Hmm. Yeah, I don't know. I have been of a mind to like see what people cook recently. Shit. Like I kind of do want to watch other people cooking a little bit because I feel like I could stand to learn a decent amount. Mostly what I don't have is the thing. Like, anytime I'm at somebody else's house nowadays, I kind of just like look around like, what am I missing? Like, what am I supposed to have in my kitchen that I don't have? Though honestly, it doesn't seem like it's been very much at all. What do we get? Renar. Wait, did the Renar go into my herb sack? Oh no, those Renar seed. Hmm. Wow, double Renar seed, huh? I dropped those monkfish for no reason. No, the wasted money. It's fine. Who cares? Oh, you know what? I got like a raspberry pie before. It was pleasant, but the berries, the gunk, the like bits, the twigs and bits was not good. So I'm probably not going to get a raspberry pie, maybe ever again, to be honest. At least for like me. I don't want to say that. Maybe like one day, but like it was a huge pain in the ass, to be honest. Toya says baking is fun too. Oh no, it's just a frozen pie. I literally just throw that joker in there for like, I don't know, somewhere between 40 and 80 minutes, whatever. And it's just done. So it's not that deep at all. I have baked before. I made brownies once. They were nice. They were a little too plain. I should have added more things to them. Drooby Dooby says, I made a blueberry pie with my girlfriend one time. I told her 3/4 cups of sugar and she put 3 1/4 cups. It came out a diabetic sludge. Damn. 3/4 cups of sugar? That doesn't seem like very much sugar for a pie. Three 1/4 seems like a lot, though. Julia says, in the hospital, we baked cookies for Christmas. And we had a professional baker in our group. He constantly got mad at how other patients baked. To me, he just pat my shoulder and went, you're good at this. Hell yeah. That's pretty funny. I would like to learn from someone who knows how to cook. I would enjoy that, I think. Oh, another thing that I realized, if you actually cook, you probably have more than one knife. And probably have a way of sharpening that knife. Neither of which I have. I have one knife and I've never sharpened it. Goalie says the best line was, "You're good at this, even though you're a man," said the male professional baker. That's pretty funny. Well, yeah, but like, even though like it's like a gender norms thing, like there's like a reason why, you know what I mean? Like disproportionately nurses are ladies, right? And it's just because people have like a proclivity for doing some things rather than other things, right? Whether societal or whatever, right? Like, and likewise then, like, I'm sure on the whole, right, when it comes to baking experience, ladies probably are better at it on the whole. So like I get kind of where he's coming from. Same with like art. One thing that I've heard, and this is like a psychology thing, right? When it comes to colors, color identification, not only are ladies better at it, if you were to show someone or like a group of people and have them individually answer, right? Like what color is this, right? Like this green, for example, this like highlighted green or whatever. Guys would be much more likely to say green, and ladies would be much more likely to say, I don't know, like fluorescent, you know what I mean? Like they'll give like a very specific kind of color. I'm not an art student, so I don't really know colors that well. But you get the idea, right? They're more likely to say cyan instead of blue or navy and shit like that. Obviously, more so if they're artists, though guys that are artists obviously would be more inclined to do so as well. But you get the idea, right? If you were, you know, doing a blind study, it's like a soft indicator. Why are there so many fucking monkfish? Hey, Modern Age Sage. We're still doing that bullshit. Oh shit, I should not have gone. I forgot about the sword. I think that this is bad timing. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. It didn't matter because I walked directly into that fucking bolt, but had I not walked into that bolt, I would have not had time anyway, so I guess it worked out. There is a world where, like, I should not have done that. There is a world where you, like, see that you're not going to make it, so you run into the sword to teleport back faster. I'm not at that point, personally, at all. Okay, great. Nature runes, need those. 108 Sage says, how's it going? I think it's fine. You know, we're getting through it. How are you doing, man? Anything new for you? Goalie says, update, my bed is almost free, which means that you're almost ready to sleep. Oh, fuck, there's a sword there. It's not where you're supposed to stand. Yeah, I don't know. Underneath Sage says, I'm doing okay. Things happen, but I'd rather not bring the chat down. Me too, man. Me too, man. I don't know. I probably would have ended stream today if I could have slept, but I don't think I can. So I think we're just gonna like calmly vibe for the rest of the day. I think that's the plan. You know what I mean? Just a low energy day. It's fine. They don't all have to be winners. Does make me wonder though. Koya says, I decided for myself that once I finally got myself where I want to be career-wise, I'll work myself with a sword. What kind of a sword? Underneath Sage says, I mean, I can do that for you if you want. I don't know how much that would benefit you. Ending my stream, Modern Age Sage, I can just like turn the stream off. Like, I don't need someone to tell me to stop the stream. It's just that if I, Koya says a real sword. Yes, but like a Western sword, a katana, a fucking rapier, a claymore. You know what I mean? Like, what do you mean sword? Grenade Sage says, no, I know. It's just an option with the points. I see. You're flexing how many points you have at me? Yeah, that was actually one of the things. I was like, I don't know. Maybe I'll unaffiliate. Because it has been something that's been like, I don't want to say bothering me. But for lack of a better term, bothering me. I do feel a little bit called out, I'm not gonna lie. Because, I mean, he probably was directly calling me out. I don't know if you like meant anything seriously by it or anything, but I've always been the type that's like, no, I don't like it when people spend money or whatever. And he's like, well, you don't like it when they spend money. Why do you have, you know, a button on your shit that lets people spend money on you? Like, what the fuck is up with that? If that's really how you feel. And I do have reasons, right? It's not like I don't have reasons, but are those reasons good enough? You know? So maybe I should just not. Koya says, oh, a 1.5-handed sword, Western. Gotcha. So what about a sword? You know? Why is the sword the thing for you? Modern Age Sage just that just sounds like an a-hole, to be honest. I mean, sure, I guess, but it doesn't mean that he doesn't have a point. Modern Age Sage says, like, a lot of people don't want people to spend money on them, but they can appreciate it. I don't really appreciate it, to be honest. I really don't, to be honest. Like, it's fine, I guess, but like, if you're doing it for the benefits of it, you know what I mean? Like, it's fine. But if you're doing it like for me, it feels weird. Feels too much like getting a handout or something. I have a lot of pride, obviously. Oh, he says I fucking love swords. Yeah, but like, why that one in particular? Is it like the most versatile sword you can think of, and that's why? But yeah, no. It's one of those things where it's like, look, man, if you don't like it, you can stop it. But I do a lot of things on the stream that I don't necessarily like, that I think are more fun. Modern Stage says, I get what you were saying, and that's just you, man. No one should put down your morals. No one should put down your morals. I think that people should hold you accountable for the things that you say and the beliefs that you have. And I think if you are inconsistent in the execution of your beliefs, then it is justified for people to call you out on it. So in a way, I don't think I agree with you. I think that somebody probably should if it seems that you're being a hypocrite. And I think that saying, you know, I don't want you to and allowing you to is in some way some level of hypocrisy. John's most context of what's going on. I just got on. I'm considering unaffiliating because I don't like it when people spend money. Underneath Sage says, well, I don't see you as being a hypocrite. That's okay. John Smith says, why? Why don't I like it when people spend money on me? Because there's a lot of reasons, actually, I guess, now that you mention it. Because I don't feel like, well, so there's two perspectives, two reasons that people could spend money on it, right? Like, for when it comes to subscriptions or whatever, right? If they just don't want to see ads, that's fine. That to me is like, whatever. I don't really care about that. If you're just avoiding the ads, more power to you, right? The other reason that people will do it, which is like, you know, bits and stuff like that, is because they want it to, well, as far as I can tell, they ostensibly either want it to benefit me or they, you know, or, you know, doing it so that they, you know, get some kind of direct, like, attention-based reward, if that makes sense. Like the notification that appears on screen, or like being part of a hype train, you know, those kinds of things, right? I guess I don't necessarily have a problem with people being part of a hype train per se. Yes. I kind of just wish that I wasn't involved with it, but you know, it is what it is. Like, if people are going to be doing hype train stuff, I would prefer it just like not to happen here, like on the real. And with regards to like literally directly giving me money, like the reason why I don't have a throne is because I'm not interested in people giving me money. John Smoltz says, couldn't you just keep it and just not run ads? That isn't possible. John Smoltz says, since you don't like ads, or is it more than just that? Ads have nothing to do with it. If you're affiliated, you're going to have ads, period. In fact, even if you're unaffiliated, I think you still do sometimes have ads, but I'm not sure. I know as when you become an affiliate that you have control over the ads, but you don't, there's no turning ads off. That is not a thing. That is just like 100% not a thing at all. If that isn't clear to you guys. And the closest that you can get, or that you could get, can't even do it anymore, was there was a new tag or category or whatever that was like political or whatever. And the way that ads worked for political in particular is like when you choose that, your channel wouldn't have any ads on it. And that's because advertisers could choose to have their ads be associated with political stuff or not. And no advertisers at that point had chosen to have their stuff associated with political stuff. So that's the only case where you can be affiliated and not have ads. And that, I believe, is a like closed window. I believe that opportunity is no longer corporeal. Like, if you wanted to do that, too bad. It's over now, right? So there is no not having ads, I think, at all, but I can certainly dramatically reduce it by at least unaffiliating, I think. But again, I'm still not even sure that that's true. I just know that I haven't seen any ads on unaffiliated channels, but I also know that I've not seen any ads in general, like period. I just don't see ads on Twitch. I just don't. I don't know why, but I just have never really seen an ad on Twitch before. So the ads to be fair, are technically a part of it, but not like, not even, I didn't even get to that point yet. To me, there's just no benefit directly for me to be affiliate, technically. The things that I like about being an affiliate are strictly channel points, and to a much lesser degree, the emotes. Everything else about it doesn't do anything for me, personally. But like, in some degree, like, or to some degree, I guess, I can kind of understand like an appeal. Like, obviously I benefit from people giving me money, but I don't like it. I don't like getting money from people. In the same way I don't like getting gifts and all that shit. Which, apparently a lot of people don't like getting gifts. I don't know. It's unclear to me. But, I don't know. I'll just have to think about it. And it is also a shame to be like, sorry guys, you no longer have channel points. And like, everybody who was subscribed, sorry that you subscribed in advance and shit like that. I don't know. I don't have a good answer, unfortunately. I mean, the best answer would have been to just not affiliate to begin with. And I certainly could have. I mean, the reason why I affiliated to start with is just because I was like, oh, well, this is what you do. Like, this is just how being on Twitch is. Like, you get the opportunity to affiliate and you affiliate. You didn't even think twice about it. Toya says, I wonder if there's an option to instead to just toggle off the option to give bits and subs. And if not gonna lie, they could just implement it. There's no harm for anyone, just profit for those who don't want it. Well, Toya, they get money when you give... Twitch gets money when you give me bits or subs and shit like that. So they're not going to do that under any circumstance. In the same way, they're not going to turn ads off of their shit. And again, they're not going to turn hype trains off either because they benefit directly from people putting money into the machine. There's just no way that that's going to happen, right? Closest that I could do is like, I don't know, affiliate myself with some kind of charity, I guess, and just siphon all the money from myself to a charity, I guess. I could do that. And just be like constantly a charity stream. But honestly, I don't like fuck with a charity like that. I don't know if I know of a charity that is good enough to be like, oh, all the money that you guys are throwing at me is going directly to them. Toya says, oh no, I saw streamers deactivate hype trains. That's definitely an option. Maybe it is then. I don't know. This kind of thing happens pretty regularly to me, probably to people in general. Where like, I mean, you guys get it, right? Like the idea of being good enough or whatever. It's just something that I contend with pretty frequently. And I'm not looking for anybody to say anything, obviously. But it is one of those things where it's like, I don't know. There's probably a right answer, but I stream so much. I gotta like think about it sometime. We did kind of commit to keeping everything the same until the end of January. So maybe I'll put off any changes until then. I think that makes sense. Oh, I guess I should get more. Yeah, sure. Oh, wait. Thanks. Did the time change? When does the daily reset happen now? Because I should go to miscellanea if the reset happens. I think it's not going to happen yet. I think the earliest it could happen is like 30 something minutes from now. Getting absolutely body blocked by the stairs there. Whoops. Oh yeah, that's another thing. So, assuming that like I kind of was talking about this earlier and I never really got to the resolution, I think. The RuneScape controversy thing, right? Assuming that it goes through and everything changes, right? When the Fire Nation attacks or whatever. I don't know what that means for me playing RuneScape, to be honest. Because there is absolutely a world where they're like, we're changing up the monetization of this game, and I'm just like, okay, cool, I'm not going to play it anymore. That is like more than a potential, right? Like that definitely could happen. But also I could be like, oh, well, I'll just finish maxing and then stop playing. I don't really know. Probably just gonna like get a feel for the room, to be honest. See how bad it is. Because if it's released as it seems like it was, right? Like what they were trying to say or whatever. I don't know, man. To some degree, I'm like a little divested from it because I've just never paid any money on this game anyway. But definitely doesn't feel good, right? And obviously having unintrusive ads or whatever is like pretty fucking shitty. And we have already put more time into this game than I ever intended to. So I guess it wouldn't be that big of an issue, but just thinking about it from that perspective, it's like, I don't know, maybe it's coming at the right time. Save me basically like a whole fucking year. Yeesh. I guess we'll see. I imagine when it comes to Jack-X, they don't really roll out anything like quickly. And obviously, it kind of like got burned for this. So I imagine they're not going to change very much, if anything at all, soon. Boya says, I think they will listen to the players. I mean, when they up their prices for 50 CT more. They apologized for that per mail. I don't know. Never heard any service apologize for upping their prices by not even a full buck. I hear what you're saying, Golia. I think you're not aware of what game it is that we're talking about. And the reason old school RuneScape exists is because Jagex decided basically on their own, right, that they were going to like make the game better by doing the whole evolution of combat thing, right? So like they decided, hey, we're gonna do this thing, and the players were like, nah, we're not gonna play this game anymore, right? So this is a game that has died once already, right? Saku was describing what they were talking about doing, the changes they were suggesting as being the second death of RuneScape, because this game has died once, right? We've already, like, the player base has already said, no, fuck you, we're not doing that, right? So when you say, oh, well, I've never heard of it being like that big of a problem before, it's like, well, hold on, you're talking about the RuneScape community, right? You're not talking about fucking WoW or like, you know, Final Fantasy 14 or like, no. This game has truly died once, like fully died once before. Most games, maybe no other game, can say the same. I'm sure there's probably one other somewhere, but you get what I'm saying, right? It's like this is a player base, a community, if you will, that like has already been like, no, fuck completely off with that shit. Now the player base has evolved since then, right? It's not exactly the same people, but they definitely still have that same chip on their shoulder. And the Helldivers community, for example, right? The Helldivers devs, you know, apparently straight from Sony, whatever, were like, hey, in order to play Helldivers, you need to have a PlayStation Network account, right? And that is a free service. You provide PlayStation with your fucking email, and they say, here's your PlayStation Network account, just link it to your Steam or whatever, you're good to go, right? That is what they were asking. And the Helldivers community was like, no, fuck you completely. How dare you suggest that? We are not doing that shit. We've been playing your game for a month or months or whatever. We are absolutely not going through your bullshit. No, absolutely no, right? And there was such a huge outcry for it that the developers of Helldivers had to do something about that. So the price of signing up for a PlayStation Network account was enough for the community to literally riot. Kolya. So you say 50 cents is enough of a change, or so you were surprised to hear that 50 cents was enough to change? How about free? How about the price of free being enough for change? John Smoltz says that's because some countries banned that practice of linking an account to a game. That is part of it. That is part of it. John Smoltz says, isn't it? No, that is not the only reason. No, because let's talk about Helldivers again. Do you know what else changed in Helldivers? They also changed the way that they balanced weapons pretty dramatically, specifically flame-based weapons at the time when their flame-based Warbond was being released, meaning that flame things got nerfed into the goddamn dirt at the same time that they were trying to sell you flame shit. And not only did they nerf it into the dirt, they also decided that the way it worked for enemies was going to be consistent rather than, persistent rather than consistent with what the changes that they just made. So our flame shit gets worse, their flame shit stays up busted. And the player base was like, that's fucking stupid. We hate that shit. And that was another huge Helldivers controversy, like a huge blowback from the player base. So no, it's not just because some people are being, you know, unable to play the game. So that is definitely a part of it. That isn't the whole thing, not at all. And to be clear, I understand that gamers, you know, we'd like to think that gamers like form up and represent other people's interests and stuff like that. But the people in America and the people in some of the like larger gaming spaces or whatever are obviously aren't going to be affected by the game being banned in, you know, some dozen or however many countries it was, right? Because it's not going to affect you specifically. And you think that they're standing on that shit, their fucking morals? I fucking doubt it. It's probably because they're being inconvenienced more than it is anything else. John Small says they should put it out on Xbox as well. Maybe. I know that Xbox is planning on releasing all kinds of games on PlayStation services, but I don't know. I don't know if it's going to go the other way necessarily. Boost has finally settled in at work and ready to consume Panda content. All right, man. Yeah, I'm not going on offline anytime soon. I don't know. Maybe. If I feel tired enough or something. I don't know, man. Probably boils down to just me taking shit too seriously. But I don't know how that changes anything. I can't quite like ignore it. You know what I'm saying? $65K an hour? Damn, we're fucking terrible at this. We're like a full 5K an hour low. Oh, also, the gold's in the wrong place. Actually, I guess it doesn't matter. I was just thinking, those potions, I guess they're just money, ultimately. But I was like, do we really need to drop them off every time? But it's fine. Yeah, I'm not sure. Do you guys think... how do I want to say this? So when it comes to streaming, right? I think a large part of streaming is necessarily some like being entertaining, right? And I think it makes sense for those of us that are like best at it to do it, right? Do you think that there's I think that people should be able to do what they want, no matter how good they are at it or how bad they are at it, right? But I'm wondering if you're down, as I often am, is it your prerogative, or perhaps in your best interest, to cancel instead of stream? So I don't even have very much self-awareness with regards to like mood to really know like You know, I probably can't do it today. I guess I did one day cancel stream. That's because I literally didn't sleep for like 30 hours or whatever. And I was like, if I stream, I'm gonna fucking crash out. There's no way I'm not gonna yell at somebody who probably doesn't need, or probably doesn't deserve it. It's just the way it goes. But yeah, it makes me wonder. Because in some ways, I think that like I'm pretty well suited to the environment of streaming. I certainly can stream consistently, like long term. But that has like no bearing on whether or not, you know, it's good. Or if like I'm in the right mental space for it, you know? Boo says, I think it's a perfectly valid reason to cancel a stream. Yeah, I think so too. But there's also like, and I brought this up a bunch, right? Like part of the reason why a schedule is so important in my mind is because if people want to be there, right? If people want to be there, they should be able to expect when you're going to be around. And I think that you, I don't want to say you're obligated, but to some degree, like you're obligated to like meet their expectations, right? Who says that's why I stopped for a while? Sure. There's also a difference between like streaming for fun and like, you know, committing to like a long-term schedule, right? I don't know. Am I streaming for fun? I actually don't really know what that means. It'll be easier to say that I am streaming for fun if I'm not affiliated though, right? There's literally no money involved in it whatsoever. But even then, like, is it fun per se? I do have fun, but do I do it for fun? I don't know. I really approach streaming, particularly playing games like this, from like the angle of like almost like games journalism or whatever. Like I wanted to capture the gameplay experience, like almost like a long play. Like this is what it's like to experience RuneScape, right? Like I wanted to experience the breadth of RuneScape and tell you what it is that I was thinking about with regards to it, and like maybe bullshit along the way, right? That's really like what I intended the stream to be. Who's just, I think it makes sense from every angle. Doesn't really help then, does it? But like, it's fine, I think. But it doesn't necessarily have to be a stream to be all that. I mean, nothing has to be anything, right? I don't know. What? Why did I stop going? What are you doing, sir? Do you guys believe in the winter blues? Or like seasonal blues? I think I remember it being a myth. According to some people that claim to know better. But Booze thinks that it's a thing. I'm not sure. I definitely don't. If I were to line up like my mental on a timeline, think I do tend to have a down point around Christmas. There's probably no small part in why I actually don't particularly enjoy the Christmas season, to be honest. Who says it's always around fall for me? Yeah, I would say it's usually around the new year for me. Notable downtick. Yeah, actually. I'm trying to think about last year. Last year would have been like, I would have been meeting suck, like maybe not quite now, but within a week, maybe a week and a half. And obviously it was a very like sharp uptick in my mental after that. Hey, Unknown Queen, you were already here as well. Oh, I haven't been doing shoutouts now that I think about it. I mean, the reason why I didn't do shoutouts before yesterday, or I guess it would have been 2 days ago, we were playing Rivals the whole time, so it felt like, I don't know. It's weird to do it in a collab setting. I feel like I'm bothering everybody else. Or that I'm like not engaged in the conversation because it's hard to do the shout out while like either I hot mic the shout out so that everybody gets blasted by it, which seems wrong. I mute or deafen, so I'm like completely out of it for a while, which doesn't seem that bad, but also seems a little weird. Or I just don't do them at all, which seems like it's the least problematic for the collab, right? Like the other people in the space, but also isn't really what I want. I don't know. It's a little bit of a... It's a little bit of a concern. I wouldn't say a problem exactly, but I don't think I have a good answer for it. But yeah, so last time I obviously didn't do any of the shoutouts because of that, but this time and last time I streamed before that, I just felt like I couldn't speak about other people's stuff with any kind of genuine appreciation, I guess. Just be like telling you about them rather than saying like, "Now this is someone whose stream I actually watch and stuff." And that just doesn't feel the same. It's part of the reason why I like doing the shoutouts, because like when I have been doing them, it's like no, I know this person's stream and I enjoy it. When I'm more down, it doesn't feel like it's gonna mean the same. Which I guess is obvious. I guess that would be the indication to me that I should cancel stream, right? Do I feel like I can shout somebody up and mean it? That's fair, I guess. Because I could probably answer that question much easier than if I could answer, you know, do I feel like I can stream today? Because I definitely always feel like I could. Like, it's pretty easy to play a video game, right? I could probably handle that. But as far as like be entertaining, like I don't even know how entertaining I am, to be honest. But I feel like that's normal. Damn, we're only at 150K. It's kind of crazy. This skill is extremely slow. Who says, I think the main question is, are you going to have fun? It's directly related to the experience of everyone who's going to tune in. Because if I only streamed when I thought I was going to have fun, I would probably stream for at most an hour a week. and I would have to like turn the stream on in the middle of the game when I start having fun. Like the points that I actually have fun, like in my life, are very, very few. Like fun is a thing that like offers a lot of contention for me. Let me put it that way. Fun isn't something that I have a very strong relationship with at all. In fact, it's like pretty antagonistic generally. But maybe you're right. Maybe that's still true. I don't know. The fun is bannable thing didn't come from nowhere. You know what I mean? That's one of the cornerstones of the stream, to be honest. And it's because I've always felt like, yeah, I don't necessarily have fun. Like, it's just not a huge part of like how I play games or anything like that. Like, there are definitely times where I have fun, but not as frequently as most people seem to. There was, I was watching Daniel Thrasher. He's a YouTube creator. He does a lot of like skits-based, especially like musical skit-based comedy. And he had a cast of characters, right? One of them was like notably worse at singing, right? And everyone knew that that person was like notably worse at singing or whatever, right? And at some point during the skit, somebody who was like probably pretty good at singing or whatever was like, no, you're right. I'm the problem because, you know, I have this like, I don't know, mental blockage or whatever, right? And he was like, in response, Daniel, as a different character, was like, look, man, don't do like your pity party shit. And obviously that registered with me in a way that I really hadn't appreciated it prior, where it's like, merely acknowledging, you probably know this intuitively, merely acknowledging that you have like doubts or whatever is in some way kind of like a pity party situation. Like, that's kind of what it is. Because even if you're not intending for people to reassure you or whatever, by simply acknowledging that you aren't feeling the best or whatever, that is ultimately like what you're kind of invoking or whatever. You can't be transparent without being manipulative. Welcome back, Goya. That took you a really long time. Jesus. But yeah, I don't really know how to feel about that, to be honest. Because a lot of how I conduct myself is just like fairly transparent. Try not to like, you know, make problems for anyone else, I guess. But other than that, it's not like I'm, you know, going out of my way to like drink deeply from the mask, you know? That's kind of circles back to what I was saying as well, where it's like, am I responsible? Well, I am responsible, but you get what I'm saying. Should I be concerned with always having a smile on my face and making sure that everybody has a good time? Because that's not what I intended to do, like from the very beginning or anything like that, you know? I wouldn't say that's what the stream was about, anything like that. That being said, it's not like I want people to have a bad time per se or anything, but I wouldn't say that it's like a huge part of like, oh man, like for Suck, for example, right? Like a huge part of the way that she does her stream is like she wants everybody to have a good time, right? Like literally like paradise is like the way that she qualifies it. But like I'm much more comfortable with like shit poster or you know what I mean? Like we're here to like bullshit, fuck around and hang out or whatever. But I wouldn't say that like a good time is promised at the end or anything like that. Like far from it. Chloe says, now I got distracted and just mentally forgot to turn the stream back on. I laid here and was like, wait a damn second. Didn't I want to tune back into Panda's stream? I see. That explains why it took you so long, but it's all good. You can come and go as you please. You're not obligated to be here. Who's the shit posting? That's the only thing I do. Yeah. And I think that, I don't know. I think to some degree that's like obvious, right? But I don't know. There's also like, it does feel weird to have been on stream as much as I have for people to like, I've like spoken to so many people, right? We've had like dozens and dozens of conversations or whatever, right? And I've had conversations particularly from the other opposite perspective, like being in somebody else's chat, right? And they're surprised. I walked straight into that fucking fire. They're surprised to hear from me. How do I want to say this? Okay, so one of the things that I've always consistently said about myself, right, is that I'm an asshole, right? And I think that that's true, and I think it's like fairly obvious, even. But I've had more people in recent memory disagree with that than ever before. And I don't know why that is, because I don't think that I have changed in any way, like with regards to like being an asshole or being nice or anything like that. Like, I feel like I'm like very consistent in with regards to like my characterization, like just being myself. I feel like I've always been myself, but maybe being myself has changed slightly, but like not in a way that I feel like any less of an asshole. It's kind of what it boils down to. Shit. Stepped in that square. And I don't know, I wouldn't say that that's like a problem per se, or anything. I wouldn't go quite that far, right? But it seems strange to me that somehow the way that I present has diverged so much from how I've always thought about myself, I guess. Could just be people being polite though, I guess, but did I just stand in the same place? The fuck? What are you doing? Maybe it's just people being polite and I'm just overthinking it. Because one thing that does occur to me is that I'm speaking to way more people that are nice than I've ever spoken to before. I never really had like nice people that were friends, really. Like, I would go so far as to say that I'm not super comfortable with people being nice, especially nice to me. It just doesn't feel right. Actually, like, low-key kind of makes my skin crawl. It's not even low-key. That is just what it does. I don't know where I'm supposed to go. I can't do this obstacle. I didn't step in the right lane. I don't think we even have time to finish this. We'll try. Yeah, okay, so we definitely don't have time. Well, I guess we'll just get the rest of our experience then. That's crazy. I had like 2 full minutes. I spent 5 minutes just in this section. Like by the time I used the first token, I had like 1 minute and 50 seconds. By the time I made it to the end of this, like I was like here and I had 1 minute and 50 seconds left. And then I just failed like for nearly 4 minutes straight. It's crazy. That's never happened before. Kolya says, I gotta grab my headphones. The music outside is causing me unrest. Okay. Who says, I don't think you're an asshole by any means. You're a gentleman who knows how to deliver a good roast. I've finally been called nice and I don't know how to react. I don't know if what you were saying is a meme, by the way. I honestly don't know. Kolya says, because it's unfamiliar. It certainly is unfamiliar. But it was going to be unfamiliar no matter what. And in some ways, it's nice to have the experience. Like, I've never really had someone, like, for lack of a better term, flirt with me directly before. And having that in my pocket means that I actually know how to handle that situation. That was surprising and not in my fucking bingo card. But now that I've experienced it, I actually have, you know, some mental capacity for like doing something about that. Mostly just ignore it is actually what is what it is. Mostly just ignore it. Especially when it's like obviously playing around. Just one of those things I had to learn over time. And I think that's part of the reason why like streaming has been like so good for me in general. Like the multitudes that people occupy, I get to engage with it, if not directly, pretty close to directly. I think it's been pretty good for me on the whole for various different reasons. It's been important to have a project of this scale, of this magnitude that I've stuck with and followed through on for so long. It's demanding, challenges me in ways that I'm comfortable being challenged and uncomfortable being challenged. It's important for me to have a schedule in some ways. Like, I respond to schedules very well, and I can see now that if I schedule more things like the stream, that I can probably accomplish more things as well. I'm better socially. And in some ways, me being better socially does manifest in me being like less directly, you know, I don't know, spiny. Sometimes like inadvertently hurting other people happens less, for sure. I used to hurt people on accident much more than I do now. And I wouldn't say that I hurt people on purpose. Like, I mean, I guess I do in some ways. Because I do say things that I could interpret as being hurtful. One thing, let me give you an example, right? So you know what I'm talking about. So one thing that I do very consistently is if someone joins the Discord call, I'll say, what are you doing here? Even if I fully expected them to be there, right? And people could interpret that as being hurtful, right? Me saying like, you're not supposed to be here, right? That's not what I'm doing at all. I'm saying, what are you doing here? By itself doesn't necessarily mean that, and I definitely don't intend that by it. But most of the reason that I do that is because I think it's funny. It's funny to have people respond to it, especially the diversity of people, the diversity of responses that I've gotten from it. I think it's a very fun question to ask, and it almost never fails to deliver, honestly. Sometimes people are like very muted when they hear it, and that could be because they're, you know, either offended or bothered by it. It's hard to say, but often the responses are very vocal and interesting. Koya says, maybe you're disconnected mentally from the concept of having nicer people around. Like this is happening. Like this happening is something you didn't account for. Now it's uncomfortable feeling of, wait a second, am I supposed to be nice? So why am I being stressed out? Kind of thing. Sorry if I got it wrong. It's really late. It's hard to keeping up. I wouldn't say that people being nice to me stresses me out, actually. Taking compliments might stress me out, but people being nice to me doesn't stress me out. People being nice to me makes me think they're lying. That's what it does. It's like, if you're too nice, I'm like, okay, so this is some kind of used car salesman situation. Obviously they want something. Don't know what it is that they want, but they obviously want something. That's what being nice means to me. Being nice is mutually exclusive with being honest, in my experience. Not always, obviously. You can be nice and honest at the same time, but if you're always nice, you're not always honest. Period. And if every time I've ever seen you speak to me, you're nice, I'm gonna assume that you're not being honest with me. Which is why when somebody's not nice, feels refreshing in that way. Because I not only know what to expect from them, but also can expect that they can be honest at least. Because some people are so conflict averse, right? That they'll just never say what's wrong or whatever. If there is something wrong, they'll just try to be nice instead. And those people are the most impossible for me to manage. I can't do it. I can't engage with them long term. If you're too nice to me, then I know that you won't tell me when something's wrong. You know what I mean? And I can't fix it if I don't know about it. Nice people in that way, I could get there to say that nice people do stress me out, but like, it's not necessarily out of concern for myself. It's because inevitably the relationship is going to fail. Like I can't be close to nice people in that way. I need you to be able to tell me what's wrong in a way that isn't nice. Because if you say it in a nice way, I'm not going to understand. There was one time I was in a, I guess calling them a friend is a little bit generous, a friend of a friend's stream. It's like, I'm not sure she knows I exist. But it's a friend of a friend, her stream. And somebody resubscribed to her. And the resubscription message was, damn, I forgot to unsubscribe. Which is very funny to me. And she took it extremely well. She was like, you know, got another one or whatever, right? And then after that, she was like, oh, wait a second. If you actually did forget to unsubscribe, you should unsubscribe now while you remember. Like, I don't know. I could feel myself in that conversation. Speaking of, I posted in the Discord. Shit. There was this VTuber. I don't know what her name is. It's like Nemu or something. And like the crux of her problems socially, like kind of boiled down to like she wasn't sure if she was allowed to like sit next to her coworkers and eat food with them. And I was like, never have I related to someone who I've never spoken to so much. I don't think that I would solve the problem the way that she did, which is interesting to me. Because like I definitely felt like this is me, but the way that she handled it was like fucking weird. She felt really fucking weird to me. But weird in a way that was like also kind of familiar. I definitely, by the end of the video, it's in the Discord if you want to watch it. It's like 8 minutes long or something. I was like, I think this is how other people view me. Koya says, when I got something that is wrong, I struggle finding words to express that because I fear that I would damage a relationship by being honest. Based on the experience that when I simply was respectful but harshly honest, I had people who turned their backs to me. So if I'm being nice in a problem situation, it's because I don't know how to navigate it the right way. Oh no, I understand. I understand. And that's like, there's all kinds of, you know, when I'm in a problem, right? When I have an issue that I'm like trying to sort with someone, right? I'm very direct, pretty brash, pretty, I wouldn't say quite crude, but that's like a fairly apt way of describing it, right? I very directly want to hash out what the issue is, and the way that I approach it mentally is dispassionate, because I don't like, I would rather the problem be resolved and be like emotionally invested in it or whatever. But inevitably, you know, we all do have emotions or whatever. So I may indeed be emotionally invested in it in some way or whatever. But my cognizance of the emotions isn't super there sometimes. So I'm like really just trying to like objectively like hash it out as best I possibly can. And I don't really spare my feelings or anyone else's in that context. So like I'm definitely very much like a cutting, biting sort of a problem solver in that way. I don't handle things delicately. I just don't. Especially if it's important. If it's important, then I'm not going to handle it delicately at all. What I would do, the most delicate way I could handle something is to fully disengage from it and let whatever emotions or tensions like settle down and then approach it later. Because by the time I think about it for, I don't know, 4 or 5 hours or whatever, I'm probably going to have it pretty well and truly solved. Like on my side, like logically solved, which means at that point that I really just need to like communicate my solution, presuming that my solution works for them as well. That's kind of like all there is to it. very seldom, and that, in saying that and speaking this out loud, it's very clear to me. It's like not exactly like a collaborative experience or whatever, but that's like kind of the thing. It's like either I collaborate with you by speaking to you about it initially, or I solve it myself and then just like incorporate you with the solution in whatever way that makes sense. That's like, those are like the options that I have, the binary that I operate within. But I also have had people, or have had problems with people that weren't able to communicate what it is that was the issue. And in those cases, I just stopped talking to them. It's kind of what it, I mean, but like, that's like, that seems like the right answer to me. Is like, if I can't talk to you about a problem, even when there are no like emotions, like we're not like running high or anything, like I get in the heat of the moment, it might be hard to communicate or whatever. But if you're a person that I can't speak to about something that's wrong at all, then I'm not interested in talking to you anymore. At least like with like, you know, closeness, you know what I mean? Like we could still be friends or whatever, but like I'm not gonna tell you when something's wrong. Like, you know what I mean? We're not gonna like hash out my problems or whatever, because we obviously can't hash out problems between us, you know what I'm saying? Like, I know too many people like that can't face problems. There's nothing wrong with like not being able to face problems per se. Like, not every problem that you have with every person needs to be solved. If that makes sense? Like, being distant from some people, or being distant from people in your life is necessary, right? Not everyone, obviously. You should be pretty close to some people, but like, you can't be best friends with everyone in your life, right? Like, I don't think that's a controversial opinion to have. Like, you need to be distant from some people, right? Not everyone in your life can you be like fully emotionally open and available to at all times, right? Because you'll fucking burn yourself out at least. Rosie says yes, but in that case, the issues that you have with those people then aren't real issues, right? In that case, the issues that you have with those people then aren't real issues. Sorry, I'm trying to trace that to apply it specifically to an instance that I was talking about. So, I don't think I have the context that I should have for that statement. Also, hey Percy, what's up, dude? Percy says, yeah, so like, if you don't like a coworker, then it's not a real issue. Yes, exactly, because all you need to do is work with them. You don't need to hash out the problem. Yeah, exactly. And that's kind of the difference, right? Is if I get to a position where I can't hash out a problem with someone, that directly and substantially affects my relationship with them. Like, oh, okay, we weren't able to hash this out. We're not friends, we're coworkers. Does that make sense? Like, it necessarily changes the relationship I have with someone. It's like, oh, okay. By virtue of not being able to like figure this out in a way that is agreeable, at least to me, and it doesn't seem to be agreeable to them either. Oh, okay. Then we're like necessarily more distant than we would be otherwise. I think that's normal as well. So yeah, that makes sense to me. And yeah, and it's okay to like not be able to like hash out stuff with people that are like more distant to you, but it would be a real problem to me, I think, if it was someone that I was close to, if I couldn't figure it out. Yeah. Such that, I mean, it wouldn't be like a real problem. It would be like, okay, well, I'm not going to be close to them anymore. And that's how relationships like wax and wane over time, which is also normal, right? not just like with individuals, but like as like a whole, like probably stronger friendships, you know, when you're seeing someone every day, and it gets naturally weaker if you go off to college or whatever, right? Rosie says you need to be able to fix problems with those that you care about. Yeah, exactly. Or even not necessarily fixed, because it doesn't need to necessarily be fixed, but it needs to at least be understood and like discussed in such a way that is like mutually like, because like some problems aren't just like fixed, right? Some problems are like you have to work on it, right? But like being held accountable and shit like that isn't like a problem, right? That's like part of relationship. Also, I am getting fucking roasted right now. I was pretty close to a PB a second ago, but I fucked up. I don't think it would have been a PB. I think it was too slow, but I was at 220 or so at the end. And then I just failed this last obstacle. There we go. And that cost me like a full 40 seconds, just about, yeah. Not a huge deal though. Mostly we just need to get through it. If we get to the other side, it's not a big deal. Actually, does it even matter? The loot's nice, but I guess it doesn't actually matter. The better our rate, the better off we are, but it's not a huge deal, I guess, in the grand scheme of things. Mostly we just need to continue finishing laps, and that's not even contingent on this timer. It's just better if we don't have to use these for bonus time, because obviously our rate will be higher. I don't know. Interesting. I never really put together in my mind why it is that nice people freak me out. But I guess that is why. I wonder if that's related to the money thing too. Probably not over much. I think the money thing has to do with like, I don't know. Being self-made is kind of important to me. It's like, in some ways, toxic masculinity, I guess. Or just masculinity, perhaps. Don't rely on nobody for nothing. Do it all by yourself, all the time. Which is how I do most things, depending on how you look at it. I don't know, is it hypocritical of me to say that I do most things by myself when I spend so much time collabing on stream? Savages here a ton. I don't know. I definitely feel comfortable by myself, which does mean something, surely. But maybe it doesn't mean very much. There's also a world, right? If the goal of the stream, right, is to entertain people as much as possible, right? And to optimize time that I am live against time that I'm having fun, right? So if the point of the stream was to have as much fun and as concentrated an experience as possible, right? Then I don't stream at all unless Savage is here, because obviously it tends to be more fun when Savage is around, right? There's also that, right? Or similarly in collab environments in general. Hey, BD. Yeah, we're still doing agility. I think that there's an argument for that too. Still wouldn't say that that's like the core conceit of the stream at all. I could hear the argument, right? If somebody said that to me, I wouldn't be able to say that they're wrong exactly, just that I feel differently about it, I think. I don't know. Real stream today, huh? On the backs of Falador burning. VD says, you're done with smithing? Nearly. We need 67 more experience, which we'll get sometime. Not quite yet. Sometime. Same with cooking. Probably, I don't know, a couple weeks. Damn, that's unfortunate. Might have turned back before the sword even started coming back in retrospect. Fear of God, I guess. BD says, I've done a little smithing and a little bit of agility. And one of those skills is much faster than the other. I don't know. It's interesting because agility takes so much longer than smithing. But smithing is so much more, I don't know, boring, I guess. I'm not sure which one I prefer overall. I think I like the experience of Hallowed Sepulchre enough and Canifis, which are the only two places that I've really even trained agility, to say that I like agility more than smithing, but I could definitely hear to the contrary. Arguments to the contrary. BD says, I'm doing prayer at the moment currently, and you're at 93. Yeah, prayer's going to be a big one. Huge expense for sure. I'm going to need to figure out how to get that money as well. Not quite worried about it yet. Basically, we're going to do Slayer, I think. And after we finish Slayer, we'll finish out all the combat skills that aren't done. And prayer is going to be one of those, ideally. And hopefully just by virtue of doing Slayer, we'll end up with enough money. Probably will. We're going to end up with a lot of money from Slayer, right? As long as we're not, I don't know, doing only terrible canon tasks or something. I think most tasks are pretty profitable. Or at least positive as opposed to costing money. It does depend on what you do, though. BDS is making gold for AFK Bloods and Hunter. Oh, off of Blood. AFK Bloods and Hunter. Gotcha, gotcha. BD says, I cannon all Slayer, but it takes too long. It does take a long time. I think cannon Slayer is fast Slayer, typically. Well, Burst. Burst is probably the fastest. After Burst is cannon. I haven't looked at the Slayer training guide since Araxors, or Araxites, I guess, were added. So I am kind of curious how good they seem to be. I imagine they're quite good though, because it's a cannon task at the very least. Not a burst one also. You probably don't burst them, but I guess you could. All right, a little slower than last run. Well, a little slower than last run if I made it through the first time. It's way faster at this rate. You guys think I'm gonna get an imbued heart just like Snake did? I don't think so. BD says I wouldn't burst it, cost too much. I got like 1.8 million Slayer in a week. I asked, how can HM Slayer experience? Someone should gain. It went 2.5 mil minimum, and I was nearly sick. So you're saying a person who knows Slayer really well thinks that you should get 2.5 million in a week. And you only got 1.8. I think most burst tasks are profitable. BD says Alcon has 200 mil all. Okay. What are you bursting? You're bursting Next. That's definitely profit. Dust Devils, that's profit. If you burst fucking... What are those guys called? The skeleton ghost guys? That's definitely a loss. What else do you burst? Look at the fucking list. Oh god. It's kind of in the way. What the fuck? Fires are so low leveled. Holy shit. Oh, you can burst jellies too. That's probably a loss. Abyssal demons, yeah, that's the other one. I think abyssal demons are profit. Maybe not though. Definitely if you get a whip. Or better. Actually, is a dagger better? It's rarer, but is it better? Might not be better. Yeah, I think that's everything. Assuming that you don't burst Araxites or Smoke Devils. I think you can in both of those dudes. So yeah, definitely is expensive in that it costs money to do, but you should end up money positive, so I don't really see an issue per se. Do people burst on the PK worlds? Sounds like a fucking nightmare. It's too accessible, too nearby for people to show up. And like fucking core end and shit. I don't know. I wouldn't trust it. Then again, if you're not really risking anything. My total is 2086, mostly the same. Hasn't changed very much since you've last seen it. It's like 2077 or something. You're at 2022? Okay. Pretty good. I would say it was a good year, but I don't think we've had a good year in a long time. God, I remember the bright and shining age of 1946. That's when times were good. I don't know of anything bad that happened in that whole year. BD says, I've got the slow skills left. Yeah. Yeah, what did you say? You were doing agility and smithing. Smithing's not a slow skill at all. I've got all kinds of skills left. I've got all of them left, really. I've only finished cooking, smithing, and farming. We're getting close with agility. And then we'll do thieving after. Probably closer with thieving than we are with agility, though, considering the time investment. Hunter, mining, slayer, rune crafting, and wood cutting. And agility and thieving. That's like fucking half of the skills, bro. Just name like a third of all the skills of the fucking game, bro. Crazy. The rest other than combats are 90s. So not even halfway. Damn. Oh, I never checked Tears of Gothics. Okay. I wonder if it means tomorrow, like 20 minutes from now, when the date might change, or if it means tomorrow, like 20 minutes plus 24 hours. BD says, I need to do my Tears of Gothics, just can't be asked. The rate's better, Tears of Gothics, than most skills. It was like optimally it's like 440k an hour or some shit. I don't remember, but I ran the numbers once. And like any skill, basically any skill, I'll take that rate. Obviously, I'm not going to do anywhere near that well, but 220k an hour here is well and truly worth it. That's for fucking sure. I'll take 15,000 experience in any skill. It's like between 10 and 15 that I normally get or whatever. So like, it's your call, man. Whatever. Just seems free to me, especially when it's going into, you know, construction or whatever. Just saves money. I'd definitely be less bothered to do it if it was going in fletching, for example. Anything that makes me money. You can really see that I was doing the achievement diaries, huh? So many of these skills are like right at the benchmark for an achievement diary. I think even herb lore. Mining is for runite, herb lore, crafting, rare, fletching, woodcutting. Slayer, obviously. If anything, oh, obviously fishing. If anything, the ones that are most weird are like hunter and farmer. I think you only need like 60 something hunter for the achievement diary, and I just ended up with way, way more than that. No, man, what happened to my monkfish? I really don't want monkfish. Give me a ring instead. That fucking 8 mil ring. It's probably not that bad. It's probably still 12. BD says, I've done my Tears of Guthix. Free 6.6k hunter experience. Bird nests are really free. I don't know if I would go so far as to say that I like doing them, but I definitely like doing bird nests as part of the farm run. It's like, what was it, like 300k an hour or something? Bird nests. Very, very easy money. Not the most money in the world, don't get it twisted, but very easy money, that's for sure. Takes like 5 minutes or whatever. Especially if you only do bird nests, because then you actually have the space to take the fucking nests themselves. So many fucking teleports for my farm run. $6.6k seems low though. Maybe I'm tripping, mate. I thought it was closer to like 13k that I got last time. Looked like that guy got hit by nothing. My run energy is a little low, but I don't think I need it for this. I guess it depends on how badly I fuck this up. Ooh, I don't know if I make it. Woo! Slid in there. Nice. I'll take that. No. It's not what I wanted. Basically a flawless floor 4 so far. That explains the 430 as well. It's pretty good time for this side. The other side I can get like as much as like 435 minutes. This side I think of 430 is about the best I've ever done. Oh fuck. I just walked straight into that. I don't think I can go. Pretty sure I can't. Yeah. Oh my god. Straight into the bolts again. Okay, we'll follow the sword out then. I hate when it's the first 2 darts there. Makes it really hard. Start running down the lane. Running down the lane. Alright. Kind of want to mark this side, and maybe even that side, so that I can see where I need to stand, where my true tile needs to be in order to hit the... or to not hit the yellows and blues and shit, but... really fucking lazy. And it also doesn't matter a ton. You can just adjust. I think most of the hunter experience I got was from fishing. Drift net fishing. Which was fine. Even good, technically, but like... I don't know that I'm gonna do it again. Seems like we have too many options for Bibor and Action Champas and Temporos. I think it makes too much sense to make money than it does to lose money doing drift net fishing. You can make money doing drift net fishing, but at the expense of your rate. Like, you end up banking so much. Well, not like literally banking. You just do the Numalite option, but it's so much faster to just like not even 1 tick, sub 1 tick, close the menu or whatever. That's it. I don't remember what my rate looked like. I also don't really want to test it again. Maybe I'll go and check the VOD to see what my rate looked like. That'd be fine, I guess. do feel like I'm way too likely to cause myself to get needlessly ill. Does anybody else feel like that at any time they're just gonna make some food like improperly and just like nearly die for no reason? 'Cause I really do feel like that could happen at any time. Damn, this is like 2 prayer potions? Healing poison's that good? Wonder if I should get planks more consistently. You need 1 every run, but 2 every other run. Well, 1 bridge. I guess that could be more than 1 plank. I actually have no idea how much it actually uses. Similarly with these steel nails, like I think it's like 2 planks, 5 nails or something. But I truly have no idea. And I'm not about to check. Check really, literally right there. Not gonna. Get to floor 4. Like then. We're on the right side. And if not, floor 5, right at the end. Assuming that we have enough time, I guess. Seems weird to me. The lore for this place, as I understand it, right, is that they were like installing these traps as they dug deeper, right? But the items that you see, like at the bottom, there's like rune items and shit, right? But it's all like steel up here. So were they like all right, to some degree, I kind of understand, right? Because I think part of the idea is this was always going to be a mausoleum, right? So they were always going to store people here, like dead people. But the implication is that by the time that they finished, even the people who made it, like the last guy, the final coffin is literally one of the ghosts that you can speak to, I think. And his thing is like, oh yeah, no, I was alive or whatever, technically, but I did my own last rites and then buried myself, interred myself here, right? Implying that everyone else involved also was buried, right? Which is fine, except maybe I'm looking at it from the perspective of like modern times, because obviously this place has been ransacked, but there's so much more loot at the bottom than there is at the top. And even if it was uniform, right? Like there was the same amount of loot everywhere. There's still lesser loot towards the top. We're talking steel. But there's no steel to be found on the bottom floors, right? What the fuck is with those bowls of water, bro? That shit is freaking me out. But, there's no steel at the bottom, which implies that like either the rune degraded to steel up here, or they just decided to leave the lesser valuable stuff up here as they went further down. And I get they have a certain amount of space that they can like carry stuff, right? That makes sense. But there seems to be so much more stuff down there. It's like, how did fewer people carry so much more stuff? But it's gotta be that I'm just looking at it from the wrong perspective, because this place has already been ransacked relatively. I definitely fucked that up at like the worst possible time. That isn't obvious. I don't know if there's a good time to fuck this up, actually. I think I just got through this whole thing. Yeah. Timing's pretty tight for that, but you can technically get through it in like 2 movement sequences. I mean, I guess I don't really have to blend the onions, right? I did kind of already dice them, mostly. So if I just throw them into a bowl as they are, with ramen, it'll probably be alright. Partially blended onions. Damn. Now that's some fucking... That's a choice meal right there. That's fine. I think we'll do it. That means that I can save... I have 2 days worth of food. This is not gonna work out, actually. I have 2 days worth of food. Well, no, I have more than 2 days worth of food, but I don't have 2 days worth of... How do I describe this? I have ramen and I have 1 day's worth of not ramen, I think. Yeah. Well, no. We got, like, tuna. We have options. Tuna's much better with like... I've been having this tuna salad. That's what I call it. It's like a tossed salad, like a mixed salad with tuna as the dressing, like a tuna salad as the dressing or whatever. It's been fantastic, honestly. Like one of my favorite meals that I've been making consistently. And recently, rather than having a mixed salad, I've just been getting like a whole cabbage. So whole cabbage is cheaper, basically. Not extremely cheaper, to be honest, but cheaper enough. I think a cabbage is like something like 60 or 80 cents. It's like very, very cheap. Whereas the salad will be like, not a lot, like maybe $2 or $3, something like that. And I don't even want the whole cabbage, to be honest. 1 cabbage for that is like way too much. Probably want like a third. The only problem is that you're not supposed to eat tuna more than once a week. It's not a huge problem. It just means that you gotta have to like pace it out. Because the cabbage will last for 3 weeks. Wait, it wouldn't even need to last for 3 weeks. It would need to last for 2, right? Just eat some of it early on, then just needs to last for 2 weeks after that. Have you guys ever given yourself mercury poisoning? Because I checked the symptoms and it was not clear to me. I mean, I don't feel like I ever had the symptoms or whatever, but I definitely had a lot of fucking tuna. I was eating like 3 or 4 cans of tuna in a sitting. Which people were like, whoa, that's a lot of tuna. But I'm like, is it though? Because as far as like a protein goes, that's not a lot of protein for like a meal. You know what I'm saying? Only reason I think people think it's a lot of tuna is because they're like, well, like mercury poisoning. And I'm like, well, yeah, but I don't know. I just wasn't thinking about it at the time. Okay, separate from the tuna thing. You have a lot of canned food still? Which I definitely could eat. I don't know. I've been a little hesitant to eat it as of late. Not because I think anything's wrong with it, but because if I eat the canned food, I have to buy more of them. I think waiting on the canned food is the right answer. So what I kind of did was like eat the stuff that's going to go bad first and leave the like canned food and the ramen for later. And now is kind of later, which is correct, right? But still, I've built into my mind that I'm not supposed to eat the canned food. So now I'm overcoming that barrier, that mental barrier. Oh man. Oh fuck. 4 or 5 timing. Damn, 300 gold? That play buddy sucks, dude. Not a huge gap between adamant and runite bolts, huh? Literally just plus 15? That doesn't seem big. I mean, I guess the context matters a lot because plus 15 is like 1 more than Ferocious Gauntlets, but Ferocious Gauntlets are an improvement over barrows, not over your bare hands. So that means that the benefit that Ferocious Gauntlets offer is much, much less than the difference between those two. Maybe they are good. I'm just dumb. Oh, what the fuck? What are you doing, bro? Should I say thank you to that guy? Hours removed from his compliment. I kind of still don't feel like talking. So no. I've played so many MMOs and I've really never socialized with people in an MMO before. Well, not never. I've done it before, but very, very rarely. That was just back in my day. We give up playing the game when they moved in Iron Rock. Tut tut, kids today. What do you mean? And you're talking about the policy changes or whatever, because they didn't actually change anything. They just talked about it. Or at least that's as far as I knew. They've only talked about it. And they didn't even really talk about it. They were like, man, maybe. Savage says jokes. Okay, so you don't mean anything. Okay. But yeah, I've played a lot of MMOs and MMO-like games, but never really spoke to people. Never was an appeal of the game. I think I like the genre because of the progression. I don't think I can actually make this. Yeah, definitely not. Dude, if I stopped, I actually would have made it. Oh well. But yeah, I tend to like the progression. I definitely like feeling like I'm being productive, I guess is what it kind of taps into for me. Which is part of the reason why I had such a good time playing a mobile game, Grand Blue Fantasy. Because there's a lot of progression to be had in that game. But also, who cares, man? Yeah, you're progressing, but doesn't matter. Nothing really matters. But gacha games matter much less. Am I gonna be able to put maxing on my resume? Probably not. But at least these numbers are numbers. Instead of hitting 13 million damage in Grand Blue Fantasy with auto attacks instead of Ogi. Actually, I don't even think you can do that. I think it's 16.7 normally. Maybe there's some circumstance. Oh, is it weakness? Yeah, I think weakness increases the cap. That's what it is. I definitely moved that, and I'm going to remove this one now. Good. Perfect. Get this nice 350 gold. Oh, hey, there's another guy over there. What's that guy doing? Actually, I think it's been these same two guys this whole time. So it says, if you do and your new boss that plays OSRS 2. Oh, if you put it on your resume and he plays OSRS 2. Though, excuse me. I don't know if that's a benefit. I think he knows that he should stop by your cubicle frequently and be like, show me your tabs. I mean, I guess that does have the benefit of well, obviously he's going to be at his cubicle rather than socializing at the water cooler. So there's that. He knows that you're going to be responsive to emails. Because you're obviously not going to be so busy that you can't respond to an email. That's something. I don't know if I would look at a RuneScape player as a better employee prospect personally. I don't know if I make it. I think I do. Oh, one more tick. What world is this? Clan Wars? Weird. Ah, close. If I reacted sooner, if I had clicked earlier, it would have been fine. Can't move. Oh my god. That almost got hit by that shit. I don't think I should have gone. Oh, but it worked out, so it was fine. Oh god, there's someone here. I feel like he's under my fucking feet. He's a better player than I am. His time's better. Sticks longer. He's more handsome. He's not even using a crossbow. Wait, isn't there a portal and a crossbow? Does he only get these two? He must only get these two. Savage says, but yeah, as for the protests and stuff, I don't care until they add the stuff to the game. Happy they were getting pushed back though? Yeah, no shit. Yeah, until anything happens, I don't think it matters. And technically they can run it back or whatever if they do make a change and they decide to change back or whatever, but I don't know how much I care about that either. I think we're good. Or I think that's enough for 2. Bridges, 2 bridges. I don't know how you make a bridge out of 4 planks and 5 nails. Or 2 planks and 5 nails either. That was just, if I see one fucking ad though, bye-bye. It's pretty funny. I really don't like ads on the stream, to be honest. Not just the ads that Twitch enforces, but also like ads that like I encounter or whatever. So I kind of feel that, honestly. As soon as I see an ad, I think my opinion is going to swing extremely negatively. Savage says, I hate ads on the internet. I don't know if I'd go that far. I think ads... Maybe if I interpret it such that if I interpret what you're saying favorably, I could see what you're saying as, I hate the ads that are on the internet. And if I do that, then I get what you're saying and I probably agree. But the problem is, to me, the quality of the ads, not even like how prevalent they are or anything like that. I think it has everything to do with like people making bad ads, whatever. Because like the whole fucking Lego movie is an advertisement. So it's just, well, yeah, ads could be good, they're just not. Yeah, sometimes they are, but usually they aren't. And that's not just ads too. That's you obviously don't like sponsors or whatever, but sponsors are exactly the same way. Like YouTubers can make sponsored segments or even sponsored content in a way that is good, or they can make it in a way that it is bad. Like my homie the Backlogs, my homie, I mean like he's a guy on the internet, he doesn't know that I exist, but I fucking love his content. Shout out to the Backlogs. He does sponsored videos pretty frequently. I don't want to say like terribly frequently, like maybe once a month or whatever, on a game, right? He's done it like twice now, like 2 different games, right? And what he does in his content is challenge playthroughs, right? He's like, okay, we're gonna beat Dark Souls with fire bombs only, right? And what he's done in Wanted Dead, which is like a hack and slash, like Devil May Cry like game, is no gun, like sword only or whatever, right? And that's like literally just his type of content. The same kind of shit that he would normally do is just in a game that's different than what he would normally play. And I feel like that's fine. Like, sure. And obviously, if I didn't want to watch the video because it was about a game I don't care about, I could just simply not click on it. But like that entire video is technically kind of an advertisement. That being said, I think it was Veritasium. Yeah, Veritasium, who's a YouTube channel, an edutainment YouTube channel that has garnered a lot of respect in this space, did a video on, I believe it was self-driving cars. That was like sponsored by the self-driving car company or whatever. And instead of, it felt like he was lacking some transparency is what I'll say. Like, I think he does genuinely like the brand and all that, but the fact that he did a sponsored video for them, about them, praising them, using their studies to say how good self-driving cars are, doesn't seem as intellectually honest as it should be. Savage says, I feel the same way about them as I do for ads. They could be good, but most are not. Sponsored content? Yeah, I think sponsored content is literally the same. I think it's literally the same. It's just whether the ad is, you know, an overlay on the video or, you know, nested into the video. Or the whole fucking video, for that matter. I should have stayed here. Forgot. But yeah, I think that they're literally the same thing. But I've seen the guys Team 4-Star, they, especially in 4-Star Benzo, have a lot of sponsored videos. They have a lot of videos with sponsors. And they put a lot of effort, I would say, honestly, into doing like silly skits for their shit. And I think that does a lot, to be honest. Like, I'm much more willing to watch a silly skit about an ad than I am to just watch them say, you know, to do the fucking ad read for some fucking product. You know what I'm saying? And I think that matters too, to be honest. But, you know, whatever. I'm glad that I don't have any fucking sponsors, because I don't want to have to put in the effort to make good sponsored content. I simply am not sponsored, so I don't have to think about that. But there is a world where, oh my fucking god, oh my fucking god. Hey Cnator, what's up, dude? Cnator says it's 5 months. I've been here too long. Oh, I mean, he can be here as long as you want to, man. Whatever you want, man. Speaking of sponsored content not being fucking good enough. But yeah. Connor done lost my whole train of thought now. Senator says, how goes Sepulcher? I mean, it's fine. I can do it without like thinking about it very much, which is nice. Until I walk into a bolt. It used to require a lot more of my concentration, but now I can just like kind of bullshit and get through it. It's just kind of slow. The money's obviously down too, with the stamina rework. Obviously, the Ring of Endurance ain't worth shit now. Savages, I mean, I get it, you need cash, sure. But looking into what you're selling before helping a fucking scam is not too much to ask, I think. Sometimes it's not obvious. Sometimes it's not obvious, right? It depends on what it is, right? Because like BetterHelp, right? For example, let's start with them, right? Prima facie, like literally just looking at what it is that they're trying to do seems fine, right? So the issue with BetterHelp is like a security thing, a privacy thing, like mainly, right? They also theoretically have like unlicensed, you know, psychologist or therapist or whatever, right? Like that's also kind of part of it or whatever, but you wouldn't necessarily know. Like if I'm the first person to get a BetterHelp sponsorship, right? You wouldn't really know that part of it, right? Or either part of it, really. In theory, it's like, well, no, it seems like they're fine, right? There's, you know, in theory, no reviews or whatever. Like you can't really know that, right? Meanwhile, like established titles or whatever, right? Like that one seems a lot more like a scam, especially when they weren't saying like it wasn't a novelty thing. When they were saying like, hey, you could become a lord, that seems like a scam. But if they're like, oh no, it's a novelty thing that you can buy, that's much less scam like, right? So it kind of depends there too, like before and after, if you will. Oh, I should get more planks. And then like honey, right? Honey's the new hotness, right? People are roasting honey. And that's because honey, I mean, fundamentally was like kind of a scam, to be honest. Because what it does, what honey does is it would like snipe deals that are available on the internet and provide you with those deals, whether they were the best deal or not. And often it wasn't the best deal because instead of giving you the best deal, they could give you the backdoor honey deal or whatever. Savage's honey was always a red flag for me. Yeah, in the same way Markiplier, it was a red flag for. I got that. But you do need like some level of critical thinking for that too. I'm glad that I'm not in the space because I probably wouldn't have thought about it that much. But I might not have done honey anyway because I don't know. I just don't trust like that. But I wouldn't have thought. I would have thought it was weird at best, but I might not have thought about it at all. Or it's just like honey, like no. Savage just free money. Yeah, well, it's not for nothing, right? And honestly, the problem isn't necessarily for the consumer per se, right? It's more so for like other content creators and brands and sponsors and, you know, anybody who has discount codes, like those retailers, like those are the ones that are like having the actual problem. For the consumer itself, it's like not necessarily that much of an issue. It's definitely better than not having any deal, right? Because it's literally just some money off, right? Because honey's not like benefiting from your information per se. They're just getting a kickback. Basically, they're sniping somebody else's sponsorship money, basically. Savage is naming it after a honeypot was based, though. Not gonna lie. Yeah, kind of. But yeah, it kind of depends. I think there's a lot of different deals, a lot of different things. Like, never would I be caught lacking and doing like a crypto thing. Never, right? But like, honey is much less obviously insidious. Like, again, on the surface or whatever. But I probably wouldn't fuck with that one either. I think as far as like, call it scams or whatever, that would get me, BetterHelp is probably up there. It's like most likely. And then, but like, again, one of the things that came to mind for me is like, when it comes to vetting stuff, it's like perhaps hard to vet something properly yourself, but I would argue that you probably don't even need to like properly vet it in so much as what you want to do, right? And this is Simon Whistler's tech, right? So what you want to do is you want to go, whatever the name of the sponsor is, right? BetterHelp. And you go to Reddit and you say BetterHelp, and you see what people that have like all the time in the fucking world have to say about this. And if they're like, nah, it's fucked up because of this, this, and this, they're probably right. Yeah, like literally just see what other people have done as far as like the research goes. And it's probably going to be pretty close to like good enough. Like you'll surface whatever the nastiest shit is almost for sure, right? And then you're like, okay, is this worth it for me or not? Like, do I want to be associated with this thing that has this like heat associated with it? And if there isn't any heat, that means that it's probably not like super known about, right? Like, so even if it does exist, it's like, well, fuck, how was I supposed to know that? Because it wasn't fucking around, right? Like, I don't think anybody's gonna blame you for associating with something that wasn't known, right? It's only when it's like obviously readily available. So like doing a little bit, definitely, I get that. And it's also a lot easier to be like, yo, I'm gonna do this sponsorship for this fucking video game. Buy it if you want it. If you don't want it, that's cool. You know what I mean? Like, fucking video game sponsors, like that shit is so free. Like, yeah, sure, man. Especially when it's not like a fucking gotcha bullshit game or whatever. It's just like, yeah, man, look, this is the new fucking Monster Hunter game. Monster Hunter's just giving away sponsors. Like, fuck yeah. I fucking love Monster Hunter. Hell yeah. You know what I mean? Like, even if it's like not an amazing game or whatever, back to Wanted Dead, right? It's just a video game that you can just buy. You just buy it and you just have it. If you want to buy it and have it. So much easier to be like, yeah, it's not a subscription, it's just a video game. You know, not even a live service, just a regular video game. But I'm also in like the gaming space and stuff like that as well, so I'm just like more aware of that kind of shit. I don't know, man. I don't think I can fuck with like gambling and shit like that in particular. I've spoken about it before on stream, and I'm like, you really can just be like, this is how big my audience is. These are the rates. This is how many people have died. You know what I mean? Like, you can literally just be like, well, I'm like by proxy responsible for this many deaths. I don't know if I go so far as to say responsible exactly, but you get the vibes. Definitely doesn't feel good. Definitely doesn't look good. But you know, what does look good, 6 or 7 figures. That's pretty fucking good. Just kidding. Well, actually, no, it does obviously look good, but I don't think I'd... Probably not. Life-changing amount of money? One time? Who knows? Probably not. I'm too well off at the moment is the thing. If I was desperate, it'd be different. And that's another thing. It's like when you're desperate, you're desperate. But it's real easy to be desperate when you have a gambling addiction. Which is kind of the problem, right? Like that's kind of where the issue comes from, to be honest. Savage says Candid was a big one back in the day. A free speech app. That was a tool to help Google's AI ban words. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I don't know anything about Candid. I know about Candid Camera. But yeah, no, I don't know about the app or nothing. I mean, I guess that would be the way that you would do it, right? You're gonna outsource intelligence gathering. You create a platform that allows for people to do what they want to do. Has 4chan been a psyop this whole time? Is that even a meme? Is this just real? Oh, for sure it's so smart. Yeah, something. That's like the word to the wise, right? They're like, listen, if it seems like it's too good to be true, it is. And if it seems like a company's losing a bunch of money, then they aren't. Like those are the two like litmus tests. Savage says give them boys a sandbox and get the info. Yeah, there was a whole DM in there, but I think that wasn't supposed to be there. It's like, what happened there? Are you okay? God, I hate it when they get DM info. Oh, I'm sorry, DM the info. Speaking of DMs, I was talking to somebody yesterday, and they said that leaking DMs was against TOS. And I was like, I don't think that's true. And I tried to find where it would be. But it looks like the answer is nah. Like, you can leak DMs if you want to. You just shouldn't leak someone's private information. That's probably against TOS. But even then, it's usually not illegal. Which in a certain sense kind of makes sense, because it's like, why would it be illegal to tell something true about someone else? Well, because it has dramatic and negative life impact. Directly substantiated negative impacts to their actual life. Those laws aren't quite there yet, seems like. But yeah, you can put anything you want in TOS, right? You can be like, yeah, nah, you can't say the word flabbergasted. And it's just like, look, if you want to be on their platform, you can't say the word flabbergasted, bro. It's a private company. They can do what they want. Savage says, I heard having a hood is TOS. Be careful, man. Oh, shit. Shout out to the like VTuber, the lewd VTuber changes or whatever. There's that whole last chastity belt. Oh, sure. I'll take it off for you. Actually, do I have too many things turned on? I wonder if it matters. sure it doesn't, but there's a world where, like, if I have a source that doesn't have anything active on OBS, I wonder if it takes up my bandwidth. I guess I could, like, test it, to be honest. But it's also easy enough to just turn them all off when I'm not using them. No new rings. Just more Sepulchre Savage. We've only been here for 270k though. Which is 4.5 hours about. So we're a long way from being due. And even if we did get it, oh, I should turn this on, right? Nice. 4.5 hours. Realize that we've been listening to the same song this whole time. Nice. Perfect. Oh, I waited too long. I think I waited too long again. Nope. Hey, Spot. Oh, that reminds me, I should fix that message in Discord. That's a lot of fucking... Alright. So it says that's my bubble boy, and then pops off. As much spot as you can goddamn handle. Okay. I finished organizing this in such a way that the people that are most likely to be in the Discord are towards the top, and also everybody is turned off. So now I can turn them on if I need them to be on, instead of just leaving them on all the time, I guess. I'm not sure if this is better, but I sure finished doing it. Just have a tab or a folder called gimmicks. Just like not incorrect. It's also not terribly specific, but whatever. It's fine. Still have Spindel. Look at this. It's been so long since I've done Spindel. I made that whole thing. I'm not even sure I'm gonna go back. That was just, can't you just like get experience faster? People certainly can. Certainly more than possible. But me? I don't know, man. I've got 2 hands, bro. That's as far as it goes, I'm gonna be honest. Hey, Laurie, I don't have any water, so I'll just refund that. Savage says, I forgive you. It's okay. You don't have to forgive me. You can hold me accountable for being me. That's fair. Ari says, but I want you to hydrate. That's okay. You can pretend that I did hydrate. Look, 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 I'm pretending to drink. Can't you see? I'm pretending to drink. There you go. Wow, I feel so much more satisfied. Damn, that was some good ass water. I fucking love water. All my homies love water. Ari says, I didn't hear a gulp. You always never do. What do you mean? When I'm pretending to drink water, I have to have an audible gulp, unlike when I normally drink water. That's crazy. Oh, fuck. Ari says, well, this time I wanted to hear a gulp. Okay, well. Sometimes, Laurie, we can't get what we want. Fuck. Oh, God damn it. See, Laurie, I want to stop being such a fuck up. You don't see me not being a fuck up. You just see me steady fucking up. Alright, there we go. Hey, Jesse. No, he says, I don't see you, period? What do you mean? I'm right here. Savage says, I forgive and forget you. Anytime, buddy? Oh, shit. Thank you. VD says, agility experience you gain in an hour. 67k. It's on the screen right there. See it? You're supposed to get closer to 70, but even a little more than 70, but I suck. Laurie says, what do you mean that's okay? Laurie says, it's a simple request. I have audio only. Oh. Oh, that's a skill issue. Chuzzy says, nah, there's a difference between bears and worms. Savage says, oh god, there's 2 of them. Is Mario a worm? Mario says, nah, I evade ads. By being audio only, you avoid ads? That's interesting. BDE says, isn't Priv agility good experience? Not better than this. This is the best agility experience in the game, and it is not close. You can stop looting and get 20k more experience an hour or whatever if you wanted. But this is as good as it gets. And it's also the most money that you can get with agility. Actually, is Wilderness Agility Arena better? Probably not. I know it's pretty good too, though. As far as money goes. Savage says worms. And Laurie says, I'm not like Chuzzy, I have a worm team. And Chuzzy says she has a worm model. It's true. Savage says this is the best experience. Yes. Sorry, that's in reference to the agility thing, not the conversation I was talking about. Laurie says, you should click on it next time. I gotta ask you a very important question. Yeah, I'm not doing that. It is kind of weird that Chelsea unprompted said that Laurie's a worm. That is a little weird. Chelsea says a very important question she asks everyone. It's true. Fuck. I got hit by the fucking portal, man. I clicked on this portal and walked right back into the goddamn sword. Savage, did you know there's bowls of water in Hallowed Sepulchre? Did you know that shit? There's just bowls of water. And Savage says no. Yeah, there's bowls. I'll show you. Josie says warranty box came in, so hopefully either fix laptop or new one soon. Okay, good luck. Josie says, or I'm sorry, Laurie says Chuzzy referenced the worm, saying there was a difference when Savage said there was two of them now. I understand why I understand that Chuzzy brought it up. I don't know why Chuzzy brought it up, as if it is like obviously shit. Hold on. Bowls of water. Bowls of water. There you go. But Chelsea brought it up unprompted, as if she thinks about you, she thinks of you as a worm in the same way that we think of Chelsea as a bear. And that's kind of weird to me. So I'm just like huge. Yeah, I mean, I just saw it and I was like, what the fuck? There's bowls of water here. New leagues task, collect Hallowed Sepulchre bowls of water. All right, it says, yeah, that I guess makes sense to seem off. Chuzzy says, I ever named Lovely Worm on Discord. Yeah, but you know that we don't have her named Lovely Worm, right? You're aware that that is an exclusively you thing, as far as I can tell. Unless you are referencing an in-joke just for you, which I'm not even saying is wrong, but it is just for you. Ari says, I do play along with the worm bit. What do you do? What do you do that is worm-like? What do you do that encourages this worm bit? How do you make yourself worm-like in some way? Ari says, I ask a very important question. That's literally all you do. So it's a very one-track thing, is what you're saying? All right. Savage says, no legs or arms have an ass. Yeah, no shit. This guy doesn't have a bowl of water. Oh shit. Well, that's gone forever. Chuzzy says, yeah, that's pretty much it. As expected, Laurie half-assed her RP. Alright, he says, I have those things, Savage. Arms and legs, not as a worm though. So what you're saying is you're only a pretender to the worm throne? You're not really a worm, even though Chuzzy's really a bear? Savage says, yeah, I can see the dirt on your lips. Yo, got him. Dirt eater, dirt eater. He says, no. Thought this is what you wanted. You know, before Savage met you, you were just worm on the ground. Ari says, no, yeah, but... Go on. He picked a fight, but was he wrong? Josie says, I made a diss track for Laurie that mentions her as a worm. Ari says, don't go on, mister. Laurie just gets triggered by some things that I say for no particular reason. Savage says, you look like a child's drawing of a worm. Yo, fucking got him. You're a squiggly ass line, Laurie. Laurie says, everyone and their mama made a diss track on me. Not true. I haven't made a diss track on you. Unless you're saying I'm not an everyone or a mama. Which is crazy. And Laurie says, Savage, I drew my worm. Yeah, a child's drawing of a worm. Did I run out of run energy? Oh shit, I done fucked up. We should probably drink this. It doesn't help unless you turn your run energy back on. There we go. God damn it, man. Got fucking double shocked. Even KJ's little brother wrote one? I haven't heard that one yet. Damn. I didn't know that KJ's little brother knew that you existed. Nor did I know that KJ had a little brother. Are you sure you're not just getting bullied? Throwing that out there. That's an inordinate amount of diss tracks. He says, I'm not getting bullied. Oh, okay. Alright. Fuck! No shit. Okay, what's up, Saku? What were you doing today, actually? Sorry, I had to focus up until just this moment. the craziest occurrences of luck this stream. Medium, no, ranger boots from a medium clue, perhaps. Wait, no, hold on. So you did Minecraft before, so that one's done, I think. So you're not, you got a ranker, so you were playing RuneScape. That's excellent. What else? I got 2 superior rack sites to spawn at the same time. I didn't even know that that was possible. And of the 2 of them, I got an eternal gem. Okay, that's less exciting than a heart, but okay. Still good. I don't think that you're gonna do anything with it. I think you drop that shit straight to your main. Kitsune says still useful, and that was it for his day. Oh, I see. Saki says the wrong 50-50, but still crazy. It came from the one time that I got 2 superiors at once. He made a ring. Yeah, but what are you even gonna do with it? Kitsune says then on the same task as the ranker. Oh, really? So as soon as he got the ranker, he moved away? Grotesque Guardians? Gargoyles? I mean, I guess. What are you gonna get from Grotesque Gargoyles, though? Saku says extra teleports are extra teleports? Oh, the pet? Sure. Yeah, the pet. That makes sense. I was like, fucking the coating on your cannonballs, bro? Like, I don't know about that. Savage says okay for tree runs. Yeah, but he's already maxed farming. What is he gonna do tree runs for, bro? Like actually what for? Yeah, you got the pet from farming as well. All the skilling pets are done. Literally green log skilling pets. Kitsune says no skilling pets for Saku non-mini games. Saku says, you know what's okay for tree runs? The spirit tree. Yeah, but the tree in the gnome village is closer to the Slayer ring than it is to the spirit tree. Or maybe not the gnome village, the big one. You know what I'm talking about. The big gnome place. Here. This tree is way closer to the Slayer ring than it is to the spirit tree. Or the spirit tree, whatever. Savage says, yeah, gem sucks. Yeah, I'm trying to tell you. Kitsune says, well, Gargoyle still got black tourmaline for guardian boots, then to echo boots. I guess so. I don't know if I care about those boots, but yeah, I mean, I guess you're right. Kitsune says, player-owned home is better spirit tree. Relative to a Slayer ring? Or do you just mean that the Slayer ring... I mean, it is a better spirit tree. Yeah, the one in the player-owned home is way better because it has a fairy ring around it, I guess. So you're fucking right. Savage says it's good on a skiller. That's about it. Yeah, probably. And you know how easy it is to get an eternal ring or eternal gem on a skiller. All right, enjoy feeding your cat, Kitsune. Saku says, I mean, I still made the ring. No, I mean, yeah, it's fine. I'm not upset that you made it. But it's just unfortunate that it's the wrong 50-50, but you know, still lucky. And also, you're totally done with the Raxor then. Unless you want to get the white Rancor or pet, I guess. Saku says, so done that I went to Duke Succulus after? Yeah, makes sense. Kind of what you wanted from him. Ranker and Halberd. Though actually, you probably use the Emberlight on Succulus. It's probably better. Savages, I mean, if they add a new Slayer cave, it could be good. Cope. They did add a new Slayer cave already. Can you teleport to that one with the gem? The Amoxliotl cave? That's a Slayer cave, right? No. Cool. There is a new teleport that will take you there, but not the Eternal Gem. Cool. Kitsune says, I use them at Ancient Wyverns. Oh. Ancient Wyverns. So that's got to be Fossil Island, right? Because the only wyverns that aren't skeletal wyverns are Fossil Island wyverns. Fuck. All right, let me catch up with chat before you guys rate it in. Fuck. I can't do everything at once. I can't even do this one thing at once. All right, first, I'll do the shout out. Saku Kenpaku. Sorry, I didn't expect to raid today. Been kind of low energy today. Let me see what's going on with chat as well. Saku Kenpaku, he's just playing RuneScape. He's in late game iron, nearly maxed. Just got a huge drops actually on his account. He just finished Minecraft. So no more Minecraft for him. He's got a little bit more Elden Ring left in him. He's playing Pokemon for the first time every Sunday. With his friend Kitsune here, actually. And we played Marvel Rivals with him every now and then. He hasn't ever streamed Rivals, but you can see him around when we play Rivals. That's cool. He's probably the best Rocket Raccoon that I know, actually. All right, we need... Yeah, okay. Let me just get through this. See what Chuzzy and Laurie were saying, and then I'll catch right back up. I'm pretty sure Laurie left. Pretty sure. Yeah, Laurie's lurking now and can also drive, is what she said. Cool. Okay, I did open that. Chuzzy says, I was going to make a joke about a mama thing for you, Panda, but I realized that I didn't want to actually say that. Okay. She hasn't heard any, or no, she hasn't heard your diss track either. So Chuzzy has also made a diss track for Laurie. Jesus Christ. What is with you guys? Why is everybody making diss tracks for your friend? It's a weird thing to do, I think. It's an odd amount of effort at the very least. Are you all using the same beat, or? Chuzzy says, I just wanted to make another song, to be honest. Yeah, but it didn't have to be a diss track. In all the world, of all the gin joints in the world. Savage says, Laurie, she can't drive a car, E? Got him? Oh, I see. It's part of the diss track. It's a bar. And then Savage says, is a worm talking to me? That's in reference to Laurie, but I don't think she responded in any way. Chuzzy says, can confirm I was in her car and didn't die. If that's the bar for driving a car, then I think most people can drive, which is crazy. In fact, everyone can drive because you've literally never died. Chuzzy. So I think your bar is too close to the ground. All right. Savage says, I mean, if they add a new Slayer cape, it could be good. No. Grats to Saku. Yeah, of course. Saku says, yeah, those are fossil wyverns. It's not the right item, but I'm still happy about it. Yeah, sure. Nice little collection log slot at the very least. Saku says, famous last words when I get the next 5 eternal gems. Yeah. Yeah, that would not be nearly as cool. The fuck? Yeah, I knew I was gonna fuck that up. Yo, I'm doing steadily worse and worse. Oh my fucking god. And it's not easier to dodge these fucking bolts when I keep getting teleported all over the fucking place. That's just unfortunate. Chuzzy says, Panda, want me to share my Lari discs with you so you can listen after stream? Probably not, honestly. I don't think I need a diss track in my life. I think that's alright. It's like a weirdly personal diss track. I have no idea what that redeem was for. Something about wood cutting? Oh, fuck. I don't know, man. Maybe not today. I was kind of thinking about ending stream early, like all day long. I've just been waiting to get tired enough. I slept all day long, and today's the only day that I want to end early, so. Kinda thinking about that. Oh shit, I should have moved. Fuck. Yeah, I'm fucking terrible. Alright. Well, we got our experience. Chuzzy says, yeah, you sounded low energy. Sure. Savage says, Chuzzy, bruh. Oh, right. That's right. I feel like shit today. Yeah, you look like shit. And Chuzzy says, I didn't say that. Well, I mean, yeah, you didn't say that, but you kind of did, though. I told you, Chuzzy has a decent amount in common with me. I don't know why, but Chuzzy sure does. Sure do. It's fine. I bet it's time for the reset, so we can probably do this. Do we want to? We can do it first thing tomorrow instead. Yeah, maybe we'll do it first thing tomorrow instead of doing it now. Sarkis says, I think anyone can drive. It's a matter of how long they can drive for. True. Savage says, at least once. True. Chuzzy says, all the diss tracks sound very different from each other. Oh, shit. Chuzzy says, yeah, if you want to rest, then it's all good. I mean, I guess. Probably just gonna lie awake, thinking about all the things that I've done and haven't done. You know, existential dread shit. But, you know, it is what it is. For now, though. I feel like it's been ages since we raided into Beatrice, right? Let's see. It's late, though. She's probably going to end early. She kind of only likes to hang out until now. I don't know. Maybe she could use a pick-me-up. Sure. I'll raid into her. Why not? I misspelled her name, apparently. Oh, wait. That's a shout-out. Oh, God. Oh, my fucking God. How do you spell your name? There we go. All right, yeah, we'll raid into Beatrice Gambit. You guys know her. You love her. She's the Bunny Girl Casino hostess VTuber. She's playing Marvel Rivals because it's her latest addiction. Hopefully, it's good vibes over there. Hopefully, you guys have a good time. I imagine it'll be fine. And maybe she'll even get her LP back. Wish her luck. I'll be here, hanging out, vibing, probably eating something. Yeah, I gotta make something first, but after that, I'll eat it. And, you know, probably go to sleep after. But yeah. That'll be it for your boy. I'll see you guys tomorrow.